Everybody, and welcome to tonight's ordinary meeting of Council on the 13th of May 2026. Welcome to our meeting at 6 p.m, and I declare the meeting open. To those watching at home, to our staff and councillors, welcome. I'd just like to start with our welcome, which is Kaya Kardich Wajak Nungabuja. The City of Swan acknowledges the traditional custodians of this region, the Wajak people of the Noongar Nation, and their continuing connection to the land, water and community. And we pay our respects to elders past, present and their descendants and emerging. The terms and conditions of entry into this meeting are posted just on the door as you enter over here, and I'll ask that everyone please that you ensure that you've read them prior to attending this meeting and please abide by them. Attendance and apologies. We have all council members in attendance except for Councillor Bowman and Councillor Congerton who are attending online. Councillor Congerton, can you hear me?
I can.
Give us a thumbs up. Thank you. And Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
And can you also both confirm that you're in a confidential area for the meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman? Councillor Congerton gave a thumbs up. Councillor Bowman?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I said yes.
Thank you. Couldn't quite hear. And we had Councillor Carr, who is an apology, and Councillor Miles as an apology. Councillor Prodovnik will be joining us approximately at 6:15. Disclosure of financial and proximity interests and interests affecting impartiality. Myself, Mayor Richardson, declared a direct financial interest in item 14.5.5, and this was council member reimbursements for 2024-25 financial year, as I had lodged a claim for reimbursement. Councillor McCulloch declared a direct financial interest in item 14.5.5, council member reimbursements for 2024-25 financial year, as she has lodged a claim for reimbursement. Are there any other councillors that need to submit a declaration of interest? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. If you could just pass that up. Let's go to that one there. And that is for Councillor McCulloch's that one there. Okay. So if you do, as I said, just pop them up to the CEO, please. So we move to part 5, and this is public question time. Questions and answers recorded in the minutes of the meeting may be summarised in accordance with the Local Government Administration Regulations of 1996. All questions received for this meeting have been answered and responded to and also have been included in the schedule. All questions will be published in the minutes of this meeting. 5.1, answers to questions which were taken on notice. So they are there in the run sheet. And on 5.2, questions relating to reports contained in the agenda. 5.2.1, this is questions of which due notice has been given. There have been 2 questions relating to items on the agenda sent in with due notice from Mr Dixon Lowe. And then we move to 5.2.2. Now this is questions without due notice for items in the agenda only. And I'll just let councillors know that we have a total of 35 minutes for question time. So that's 15 minutes with 2 extensions of 10 minutes. So we have Mr Dixon Lowe relating to item 14.1.1. That's the establishment of Planning Process Review Committee of Council and appointment of members. Mr Lowe, if you'd like to come up to the podium, and you may ask up to 5 questions. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, councillors and city staff, I'm Dixon Lowe, Vice Chairman of the Vines Residents and Ratepayers Association. I ask this question on behalf of the Vines community and regarding the City of Swan approach to the proposed independent planning review.
We'll just get you to pop that microphone across. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Item 14.1.1. The city has a history of developing policies, strategies, plans and conducting studies which are critical to communities' understanding of how growth in the City of Swan will proceed. In the City of Swan representation on the 1st of May 2026, the Select Committee hearing for Legislative Council inquiry on land usage and planning, the city's statutory planner made a proclamation of support to infill. The point of discussion was about the vines. This is the statement made at the hearing, which I quote.
I just need to move a little bit quickly through this. I'm afraid we're just going to stick to questions tonight, so we need to put that into question form, please.
I need to give a little bit of context, otherwise the question is simply, what does the CEO think kind of thing?
It would just be, unfortunately, the questions tonight, as we have a large gallery and also a large list of questions as well. So if you could just pop to the question, please.
Okay. I asked this question of the CEO. Have the city disregarded the North East Sub-Regional Framework and the city's management of growth in the City of Swan plans?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Lowe. I believe the matter you're raising tonight relates to issues discussed at the before the Select Committee, if I'm correct.
You are, and I actually
And if I
support what was said in this instance.
I simply note then the city is being given legal guidance that we cannot answer any matters that were dealt with before the Select Committee until such time as parliamentary privilege is waived. So I'm sorry, I can't give you any further answer on that matter.
Shall I have a second question?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had Ms Delfox relating to item 14.6, and this was urgent business. And it's for items in the agenda only.
Good evening all. During the last 3 years, has the City of Swan reached out to the Minister for Planning directly or through the CEO or WOLGA to seek advice on how to progress a planning assessment for a data centre?
Thank you for your question. Mr CEO?
If I could, Madam Chair, the limitation on this is that it must relate to the item of urgent business. The item of urgent business is specifically about the Mayor making a deputation to the JDAP. So if you could provide questions in regard to that, we can answer them. If not, this part of the agenda is only for matters on the agenda only. So the only part of the agenda is the urgent business request for the Mayor to be able to make a JDAP determination. Any other questions you have, we're happy to answer them. They're just me in writing and we'd respond to that.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, 15.3 relates to data centres in the agenda.
At this point, though, there's no questions during the questions. So,
Question, Madam Mayor. Don't we have a section in the agenda for questions about items which are not on the agenda?
we do, which is
Okay.
further. Thank you.
So,
You'd like to continue?
Ms Delfox could ask those questions then.
Thank you.
A second question?
Before the City sent the Responsible Authority report to the Metropolitan Outer Development Assessment Panel, the MODAP, was the Planning Officer's RAR reviewed for QA and QC purposes by the Planning Officer's line manager, Mr Van der Lint, or the CEO?
Thank you. Mr CEO?
Thank you. And again, I just note that this item relates specifically to matters contained in the agenda, which is specific to the provision of a deputation. If I could simply note for those who are wanting to ask questions on this matter tonight, the City has provided a comprehensive response to the Responsible Authority report, and any other questions in regard to that Responsible Authority report, the appropriate place to ask them is to the WAPC at the JDAP meeting next week.
Just a point on there. So, Madam Chair, given that the RAR is a report that was written by the City of the City of Swan for the MODAP, is it not then appropriate for the community to ask questions about the RAR?
As the CEO, thank you.
Thank you, and through the Chair, unfortunately not, because the City has a statutory obligation to provide its advice directly to the through the Responsible Authority, as the Responsible Authority to the WAPC. Sorry, I've got a bit of a frog in my throat. On that basis, having made its submission, we cannot present any matters on that before Council. So we can't provide any further guidance to you on it. What we can say is you have the right to ask at next week's JDAP meeting or to seek to make deputations to the JDAP meeting on any materials contained in that report.
So am I correct in thinking I cannot ask any questions pertaining to the RAR, which the City of Swan has written? No questions at all?
That's correct.
Through the Chair, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr Baxter. We have Mr Baxter, if you'd like to come to the podium, and this is talking about 14.6, urgent business. Do we have Mr Baxter here tonight? No? Okay. Well, Mrs Baxter? No? Okay. We're moving along. We've got Mr Hull relating to item 14.6 in urgent business, if you would like to come to the podium. I'm going to ask up to 5 questions.
I'm not too sure whether it's related to that item, but it's because it was the questions without notice, not on the agenda. Over the past
But
5...
this one is, just before you get started though, this is for items in the agenda only.
Okay, but I requested...
So that comes later.
Okay, well, that's where
Okay.
I will ask the question.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask if Mr Swick is here, and Mr Swick is also here to ask questions on 14.6 in urgent business. Mr Swick?
Mr Swick hasn't arrived yet, but he
Okay.
does wish to ask questions.
Thank you. We've got Ms Genovese. Not here tonight either? Okay. Thank you very much. I'll just check. Are we going to go?
You could, if you wanted, you've got a certain number of questions to come on the item.
Okay, we do have a very short, limited amount of time now. I'll ask, is there anyone in the gallery that is not registered wishing to ask a question relating to items in the agenda? Okay. If you'd like to come to the podium. And I'm unfortunately limiting it to 3 tonight because we've got such a large gallery in questions. So if you'd just like to give your full name.
Yeah. I'm Anita Rao, and I'm representing the Parents and Friends Association of the Helena River Waldorf School.
Thank you, and you can ask up to 3 questions.
Thank you. On the matter of, obviously, the Mayor supporting the report coming before the DAP, I wanted to ask, will the Mayor specifically emphasise the direct interface conflict between this proposal and the Helena River Waldorf School as a recognised sensitive receptor? And will the Mayor add, as part of that, to recognise that the school in the planning framework was a promoted educational institutional use alongside only light industrial development?
Thank you very much. I'll just highlight now, because there may be further questions. What needs to happen first is, it needs to get approval from council for me to, as the presiding member, to ask DAP to make a deputation. So that's going to be the first part of what happens tonight. So the second part is, if I'm actually accepted to make a deputation, is my intention then is to highlight the public interest in the matter, also to confirm the support of the authorised officer's recommendation, and not to support the application based on the noise impact of the amenity to the area. And they are the points that I will be able to work from, because that is the key objection, which was noise, because the other areas have been compliant. So that will be the focus of my submission, deputation.
Okay. So the second question is...
Add, and the strong community view, and reiterating the submissions, the great vast number of submissions that was made.
I think you probably just answered my second question.
Thanks.
So there was a lot of submissions, and they got summarised as 6 points without being addressed.
Right.
So will you be able to address or present the content of those submissions?
I'm not aware that I can, but I will definitely check with staff and see. Thank you.
Okay. And the third question is the concern that the noise as the only point of refusal is not the strongest refusal we could provide. Are you able to speak outside? There's still a lot of questions unanswered about amenity and bulk and suitability for that location.
As I said, at this stage, the main key objection that I will have some weight in will be the noise complaint.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions tonight. I'll ask, was there someone else I think that had a question? Thank you. We'll... Mr Swick?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Because we've missed 5.2.2, we've now moved to... we can still take those 5 questions, up to 5 questions from you.
Okay. On page 21 of the RAR report for the data centre, the city states, with respect to heat, city staff would expect that no surrounding properties would be affected by heat emissions from the facility, given the incorporation of cooling systems to cool the data banks within the building. Excuse me, I had to run here.
Okay.
The question is, can the relevant city officer answer yes or no? Does the city accept that this statement is materially incorrect because a data centre, like any air-conditioned building, but on a vastly larger scale. Does not eliminate heat by cooling inside the building, but instead rejects heat into the surrounding environment.
Thank you for your question. You might have just missed the CEO making a statement regarding this item tonight and how we're addressing that. So I'm just going to let you just repeat that statement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Swick, and I'm sorry you weren't here earlier on. We started that, but I've made it clear the city can't provide further details or answer questions specifically in regard to the responsible authority report. Having provided its comments to the West Australian Planning Commission, all matters and queries on it need to go to the JDAP next week by either way of question or matters to do with deputation. So this item tonight simply relates to the approval for the Mayor to be able to make a deputation. So you can ask questions about the Mayor's authority to make a deputation, but further answers on the responsible authority report, the city can't provide that.
Well, I'll ask the question, is the Mayor aware that this statement flies in the face of physics, that the data centre has to emit heat?
Thank you. You might have just missed my response to Ms. Rowell as well. So I've addressed what I am able to actually speak about if I'm given permission from council tonight and it's passed, that my role if it's approved tonight will be based on, first of all, getting approval from council. I'm not sure if you heard me speak just before you came in.
Just a little bit. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's based on those points, and they're the points that I'll seek to address.
Okay, so I think I've misunderstood, because I thought I do have a deputation in regards to that, but understanding what you have can only talk to. I don't think I need to go further, but I do have questions to ask later in respect of the RAR.
Okay. Did you catch that earlier of how we explained what was going to happen? So all questions relating to that you would need to register to make a deputation with the JDAP. So you would need
This is not a question to the JDAP. It's a question to the city.
We've already spoken tonight and explained to the gallery and to those who've got questions that we're unable to answer those questions.
Well, can I not ask a question of the City of Swan about the competency of the engineering department?
No.
No?
No. Yes, thank you. Mr.
Well, I'm sure there's some engineers here or somebody.
Yeah, I'm sure there is, but if you just listen to the CEO for a moment.
Disgraceful statement.
Thank you.
Having made our statutory report, we're not in a position to make further comment on it. So questions regarding the report or the opportunity to make a JDAP deputation, they need to go directly to the JDAP. And we're aware we've made the venue available next week to the JDAP so that they can conduct it here, make it easier for residents to attend, and the staff have been down today to prepare for that.
Okay. Did you have any further questions?
Well, I have asked that same question for Mr. Russell to justify that statement. I'm waiting for an answer for that.
Thank you. So there will be no response from Mr. Russell at this point because the responsible authority report has already been made and submitted. Okay. I'll ask Miss Stelfox. I think you were wanting to make she was also in the gallery wanting to, not registered as wishing to ask a question relating to items in the agenda. Did you still have a question? No? Okay. All right. We are going to move to 5.3, and this is other questions to items not contained in the agenda. So 5.3.1, this is questions of which due notice has been given. And we have received questions from Mr. Baku, Mr. Gratt and Ms. Rogers, Mr. Ben Hepnenstall, Mr. Chris Davis and Ms. Jan Zek. And these questions have been answered and they have been responded to, and they've also been included in this schedule. Now, all questions and answers will be published in the minutes of this meeting. Now? Okay, so I've just reached the 15-minute mark. I'm happy to extend the public question time by 10 minutes. Need a second for that. Okay, that's fine. So we'll move to 5.3.2. Now, this is questions without due notice. We have had Ms. Viola Maripodi, Ms. Christine Hughes, Mr. Greg Hull and Ms. Jan Zek, Ms. Samantha Borman, all registered to ask questions. So, Ms. Maripodi, if you'd like to just pop up to the podium and you may ask up to 5 questions.
Okay. Good evening. My questions tonight are regarding the southern side of Lot 501 Paradise Keys, which is entirely a registered Aboriginal site ID 3743 and protected under the Aboriginal Heritage Act of 1972, Section 18. It is also in a wholly mapped bushfire zone area. My concern is mainly the aged care facility, the community centre and lots 72 to 77. These all share the boundary to Emu Swamp Reserve, lot 502 and the 80-metre buffer zone. I have been advised by Mr van der Linde that approval by WA Planning Commission was given on the 29th of January 2026 for the survey strata subdivision of lot 501 Paradise Keys, 75 lots, 2 lots CP and 1 other, with a bushfire management plan dated 17th of June 2025 being submitted with the application, a copy of which has been provided to me.
I'll just need you to progress to the question, please.
I've got one sentence. I believe this bushfire management plan is grossly flawed, inaccurate and misleading. My questions are, 1, did the WA Planning Commission notify the City of Swan that this application had been received by them, and was the City given the opportunity to respond with any recommendations? If so, what were the recommendations?
Thank you. Through staff. Mr van der Linde.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is correct. I have advised Mrs Maripodi that the WIPC under delegation has approved a survey subdivision plan on the site. The WIPC obviously notified the city of the application. We did provide comment on the subdivision application and made recommendations. I will have to look at the detail of the recommendations to answer the rest of question 1. And you did provide a written copy of the questions. I may just say that on your second question of did anyone at the City of Swan read the bushfire management plan? Yes, the assessing officers would have read that. And then in regards to your following questions, we have, and through you, Madam Mayor, we've met with
Could I
staff.
ask the question?
Okay. My apologies.
Are you asking a second question?
I'm asking the question before he answers it.
No, is this your second question? Thank you.
Yes, because I want him to answer what I ask.
Okay.
Why was the following not picked up by staff? A, why is the public open space depicted as plot 9, shown as excludable 2.2.3.2 F, low threat vegetation? B, has the City of Swan not already approved that all this area is part of the 80-metre buffer zone to Emu Swamp and it was to be fenced off and revegetated?
Okay, I'll just give staff the opportunity to answer. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, through you, in regards to question B first, has the City of Swan already approved that the area as part of the 80-metre buffer zone to the Emu Swamp and be fenced off and revegetated? The answer to that is yes. And in regards to 3A, your first question, that matter has been explained to Mrs Maripodi in a meeting with staff previously, the question of how the bushfire management plan operates. And since then, in follow-up responses to questions by Mrs Maripodi as well. Notwithstanding that, I'm happy to take that question on notice again, and we'll try to explain that in more detail to her then in the week to come.
Thank you. Did you have a third question?
I'd like to respond to that.
We're only at question time.
Well, I'll use that as my question,
Thank
my
you.
next question. This is exactly what happened with Southern Cross Care. That public open space is actually the 30-metre that we got for the 80-metre buffer. Over that, Southern Cross Care walked away. Now I'm being presented with the same space as public open space. It is 80-metre buffer zone. It is not excludable. It is part of the Emu Swamp, 80 metres zone. I can't make it clearer.
So
you can't go round and round and round and bulldoze me.
Okay.
I've been here for 8 years.
Would you
I
like to
have
put
been
that-
calm and everything. I have lost my patience, completely lost my patience.
Is there a way you can pop that into a question for staff?
I have been asking these questions for the last couple of years,
Okay.
and over the last
Thank you.
conference, I have nothing but asked questions. I have had meetings, but I am being led by the
I
nose
can
around in a
allow
circle.
staff to answer for you if you'd like to put that into a question.
And
If
also,
not, I'm going to pop that into. I'm going to move on to the next person. So do you have a
okay,
third
thank
question?
you. Yes. Why was there no mention that this site was being used for a vulnerable building, aged care? It is most important. It should have been
I'm gonna
declared
ask staff.
in the Bushfires
I'm going
Act.
to give staff a chance to answer. Thank you.
As you
Mr.
can see, I'm
Vanderlyn?
worked up,
Yes.
very worked up.
Madam Mayor, in regards to that, I will have to go back to the bushfire plan and look at that specifically, so I'll take that on notice.
Do you have a fourth question?
Well,
Just take your time.
number 4, I'll have a deep breath before I
Yes,
flake out.
yep.
Is it not gross negligence by the City of Swan to not bring this to the attention of the WA Planning Commission, as obviously they were given misleading information, and based on these approvals, based on their approval on this bushfire management plan? In other words, with this inaccurate bushfire management plan, the WA Planning Commission gave their approval for the subdivision.
I apologise that we have to move along quickly because we only have another
That's all right,
block
I'm
of
nearly
10
finished.
minutes. So
I'm nearly finished.
that question, otherwise I've got 1, 2,
No,
3,
no.
4 more people.
I can take quicker than what you're doing now.
So the question to the
Okay,
fourth?
5. Why was approval given for the site to be fenced off and machinery already on site to commence earthworks next week? No approval has been given. There's no planning approval. There's no building permit. No process has been followed.
Thank
Nothing.
you. I'll just ask staff. Mr Vanderlyn, if you're able to respond, please.
Madam Mayor, again, through you, and as we've responded to Mrs. Maripodi previously in this week, there is an approval for the subdivision. It's a survey strata subdivision approval that was approved. It was approved on a bushfire management plan. It was submitted that shows that 80-metre buffer as a public open space on the plan, but it's clearly, we've indicated that that area has been incorporated into Imu Swamp, and Mrs. Maripodi has clearly been shared with her the management plan for the Imu Swamp that was drawn up by our operations team. She's seen the detail of that, and the bushfire management plan accommodates the vegetation proposals in that management plan. We did indicate that the detail of the setbacks of the buildings on these lots will be further addressed at a development application stage. I've indicated to Mrs. Maripodi earlier on in this week that the developer has indicated that they will submit that application soon, that will be advertised, and that she will be able to look at those details again. And then in regards to the machinery on site and the fencing, my understanding is that the works that's on site is all on the northern side of Paradise Keys at this point in time. And those works relate to it's the subdivision works that was approved following the subdivision. So what will be built on those sites will be subject to a development application, which we anticipate to be received, as we explained before, and it will be advertised.
Thank you, Mr Vanderlyn.
I
Thank
might
you very
add,
much, Ms. Maripodi.
the fencing is
Ms.
already on the
Maripodi,
southern side
I just need to let
too.
you know that I've got another 4 people and now reduced to 2
Okay,
minutes. So
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I apologise to those in the gallery that have come and hope to have their 5 questions. I'm going to now ask Ms Christine Hughes if you'd like to come to the podium. And my apologies, but we're going to have to cut it back to 2 questions. But if you could please submit your extra questions in writing.
I had 2 questions for you, Madam Mayor. I won't preface it with anything. Can you please explain why the screen, the video screen for absent councillors, is not visible to the rest of us?
Oh, that's a good technical question. Thank you very much. I might have to ask our IT team or through Mr CEO.
Thank you. And for the purposes of this meeting, it's for the visibility of the councils to see who's in the room and for the council's participation. So its primary focus is that.
except that we can see what councillors are doing, those who are checking their phones or whatever. We can't see what those are doing. And I'd just say there's a bit of case law around whether people are in the room when they vote on something subsequently, whether they've actually heard the debate. And I hope that for the DAP hearing, it is not a repeat of that, but I'd like you to consider it.
Thank you. Did you have a second question?
The second question I wanted to quickly ask you, Madam Mayor.
Just one moment,
Sure.
my apologies. I just need to extend the question time for the final time of 10 minutes. So thank you if you'd like to continue with your second
Okay, I wanted to quickly ask you, Madam Mayor, in terms of your decision to seek a resolution to support you making a deputation to DAP, given that the rules around DAP don't take into account what elected members think, as an individual though, an elected councillor, you are free to make a deputation without a resolution of council and include any matter you care to. Is that right?
That's my understanding, Mr. CEO.
It is.
But at this point,
Thank you. And through the chair, there are restrictions. So the councillor can make a resolution to allow a mayor to make a deputation. But for a deputation to have a merit, it must address the issues that are in substance.
I understand that. I'm just trying to say how you can take that constraint off it by, in your capacity as an elected councillor, you can seek to make a deputation and you are unconstrained. Think about the freedom. My next question, I'll just move on then. You get my point.
Okay. That is the second question, I'm afraid.
Oh, well, but I've got a few for Mr Russell. I mean, it wouldn't be
and my
a meeting.
sincere apologies.
All right.
We've only got 8 minutes to answer the next 4
All right, well then I'll withdraw and leave him till another day.
But you are welcome to put those in writing. Thank you very much. And council and staff will get a response back to you. All right, thank you. Mr Hull, if you'd like to come to the podium. Thank you. And again, my apologies. We're up to 2
Taking up
questions.
30 seconds just to get here.
That's right. We'll start from when you start.
Okay. As councillors and staff well know, the City of Swan undertakes planning in accordance with the Local Government Integrated Planning and Reporting Framework. The principal guiding document is the Strategic Community Plan. Local area plans supplement that plan and, in the city's own words, are all therefore, quote, important documents so we can plan infrastructure, services and manage change at a local level.
I'm just going to ask if you might be able to please ask your questions.
Yes, it's coming now. To what extent are these widely canvassed and prioritised community concerns expressed in these plans formally considered and applied when the city prepares its RARs for the MODAP?
Thank you, Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Hull. Nice to see you. Be aware that in that case, all of our local area plans go through a consultation process. And those consultation process, having completed that, we bring them back to council for consideration. So they represent community views, they represent community aspirations. The requirement under a RAR is to consider it in the context of the Planning and Development Act. So the primary focus is an application addressing against the Planning and Development Act requirements.
Okay. Did you have a second question?
Yes. City of Swan employs a design review panel remunerated by ratepayers to assist proponents in the technical qualification of their development applications before they progress to the MODAP. Members of this panel are, most usually, individuals employed within or engaged in the building and construction industry. Does the city engage an equivalent panel to seek advice from qualified professionals to help balance the social and environmental factors prescribed in West Australia's planning framework, SPP1, that could mitigate against an application?
Thank you very much for that question. I'll ask Mr CEO.
Thank you, and you'd be aware we do have a design review panel whose primary focus is looking at the built form, scale, etc. for any application. They have a role to try and give guidance to the applicant in order to meet its requirements. Technical reports or reviews that are dealt with for individual planning items go through a separate process. As you would note, responsible area thoughts or even reports coming to the council here have independent parties who will provide part or response back to that, so environmental consultants, etc.
Thank you very much for your questions. I now need to ask Ms Zek if you could please come to the podium. Thank you, and you have two questions, please.
Thank you. My questions are with regards to livable neighbourhoods, and I'll very quickly say an excerpt from it. The success of water-sensitive urban design is heavily dependent on the implementation of an ongoing maintenance program. The costs and skills required to manage wetlands and other water treatment devices are likely to be significant. So my first question is, with regards to new urban in the Swan Urban Growth Corridor, have funds been allocated within developer contributions for maintenance, interim management and rectification of water-sensitive design infrastructure for each development area and or stage? In other words, how much is the sum, just a ballpark figure, for the whole Swan Urban Growth Corridor south of Nangara Road, and is this per annum or in total?
Okay, thank you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, and nice to see you again, Mr. Tech. You'd be aware that the city publishes details of all its development contribution plans on its websites. They are infrastructure summaries. They aren't there for the operating costs of the area. Each one of those infrastructure plans has details against the expected cost and the timing of those infrastructure items. They cover what we'd call typically hard infrastructure, roads, drains, etc., and soft infrastructure, things like parks or embellishments. So materials or questions regarding to that, I'd suggest if you go back and look at the DCP, you'll see all infrastructure items that are included in that particular area.
So you can't tell me that whether they're specifically designated for water-sensitive urban design infrastructure then, technologies?
So if I can, through the chair, they're identified for the delivery of the infrastructure necessary to produce the subdivision. They're not there for specific elements that might be policy related or the like. They are co-funded by each of the developers in the area, and in case the city has a contribution as well.
I'll ask more questions in writing. My last
up to three
question.
then, so my apologies, I need to move to Ms. Borman, but I'm happy for you to put them in writing. We might, well, if we could
It's a very quick one. Has the City of Swan made representation to the WAPC and the state government, in particular the Treasurer, Minister for Planning and Minister for Water, to inform them of the issues that are being confronted with in the City of Swan, particularly in areas of high groundwater, with the maintenance, interim management, rectification, where that is possible, and finding long-term solutions with regards to the expertise to address these matters and the financial burden being placed on the city?
Thank you.
Thank you. I could give you a long answer or a short answer.
I think a short one might be better, actually.
There is a process by which we are seeking to engage with the state on the issues that have been identified, back through the Department of Planning and Department of Environment and Water Regulation. As I've previously advised, they are the approving authorities for the development in this area.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll ask if Ms. Borman is here this evening. Thank you, Ms. Borman. If you'd like to come up to the podium, and you are welcome to ask up to 2 questions. You might need to move that microphone down a little bit.
Yep, no worries. Okay, good evening. So I know that I'm not allowed to do my opening statement or anything,
Fast and furious,
but
I'm
it's just
afraid.
in regards to the former Riverbank Youth Detention Centre that sits in Caversham. I've had 3 questions, but I'm going to narrow it down to the 2 that I'm allowed. I'm just wondering, regarding the sale of Riverbank that is now under offer, given the immense cultural significance and heritage value of the former Riverbank Youth Detention Centre to the Whadjuk Noongar people and local families, will the Shire of Swan formally write to the Minister of Lands to request an immediate pause on the private sale just to allow the appropriate cultural and community consultation?
Thank you. I'll ask Mr. van der Linde if he's able to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are aware of a proposal on that site, and that the site was in the market. What we need to note is that that land is owned by the state. It falls within the Swan Valley Planning Act area, and it's not under the control of the city. So as I say, we are aware of a proposal there, and currently the city is awaiting any request from the landowner and then the WAPC on any applications that they may have received on the site. And once we receive those applications and a request, that's the only time the city will get involved in that process. So at the moment, we've got no involvement in it at all.
Okay.
Did you have a second follow-up question?
I did have a second question. That's a lot to take in for myself, so I don't know if this will be relevant still. But I was just wondering, would the city consider using its power and planning and advocacy powers to call for an immediate pause on the sale of 130 Hammersley Road until the Wadjuk elders and knowledge givers are fully briefed and on the details of the private sale and meaningful consultation is completed?
I'll ask Mr CEO if you'd like to respond.
Thank you. And look, as Mr Van der Linde has said, it's outside the city's control, Ms Borman, so we have no authority over this matter. You could write to either your local member or write to the state government and ask them for a view on that question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming in. To those that had those deputation, thank you very much. Statements and questions. Again, if you've got any other questions, please pop them in writing to staff. We've reached the limit, though, of public questions, so I'm going to move now to part 6. This is public statement time. So registration for public statement time at council meetings was required by 10 a.m. this morning on Wednesday, the 8th of April, 13th of April 2026. Public statements are for general matters of the city and not for items on the agenda. So we do have Miss Christine Hughes and Mr Antonio Jean-Pierre and Melanie F.I. relating to safety. They've registered to make a 2-minute statement. So Miss Hughes, if you'd like to go first, and you have 2 minutes, and I will be keeping it to the two-minute limit.
Thank you,
please.
Mayor. Unfortunately, my question to Mr Russell was a bit of a lead-in, but I'll have to hope that you can join the dots. I want to raise a matter about an inequitable treatment of residents who do the right thing and then suffer an unreasonable financial burden by doing that right thing. And I think the line is, it's easier to seek forgiveness than ask permission. Mr Russell has previously confirmed in writing to me that planning approval is required for the removal of any native vegetation in Guildford under the conservation policy. Some 18 months ago, a Guildford resident suffered the 4th major limb drop from a large rudis in his garden. Now, he's elderly like me, and he's got lots of health concerns and a whole lot of things going on in his life. He came up and he brought photographs of the tree, and he had photographs that showed all 4 spots where limbs had sheared off. The final one, all in a matter of months, the final one, of course, damaged the fence and the gate, and his neighbour said, do something about it or it's going to wreck my garage. When he was seen by staff here, he was advised that he had to complete a development application for $150, and he was required to get a tree report, an arboricultural report, that cost him $650, and then, of course, he had the cost of removing the tree. What the conservation policy says is that you do need a development approval and you do need to demonstrate that the tree is at the end of its life, it's dangerous, it's diseased, whatever that's going to be. So that person paid that, notwithstanding he's a pensioner. 6 months ago, a resident in Guildford removed up to 10 native trees on the grounds of leaf fouling. None of the serious concerns. Now, when this was reported to the City of Swan, that resident was invited to submit a development application for retrospective approval of the removal of those trees. Now, there's no logic in retrospective removal or giving consent retrospectively to the removal of trees. They're gone. But I want something done about the injustice of someone who behaved appropriately and someone who just went ahead and did it.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I'll ask Mr Jean-Pierre if you could please come to the podium if you're here. Thank you, welcome. And you also have 2 minutes.
Good day, guys. How are we today?
Good, thank you.
My name is Antonio. I live in 39 Market Street. And my question is, does the council have anybody walking the footpaths around?
Okay. This is public statement time. So
Is it safety? Because this is a hazard. Because the panels, because you put a tree on council land, the roots are picking up the panels, and when you're walking, it's causing a trip hazard. We have had people doing work in the street, they left the panel open. So basically, so people on wheelchairs and gophers, it's causing them a hazard.
Thank you very much for your statement. I'm going to ask that you might be able to have a chat to Mr McPherson about that issue after, if you'd like to leave your details with staff. So thank you very much for coming in tonight and also for that 2-minute statement. Okay, I'm going to move to part 7 now. This is the petitions. We've had no petitions presented that need tabling at this meeting tonight. So we move to part 8, and this is deputations. So we have had Ms Louise Stelvox, Mr Randall Swick and Greg Hull all registered to make deputations on item 14.6. This is in urgent business. So I'm going to allow one deputation by 3 people for a total time of 5 minutes. So who would like to begin? Thank you, Ms Stelvox.
Madam Chair, being brief. It is my view that the Development Review Panel and the City Planning Officers were ignorant and are ignorant of many of the specific engineering and technical issues pertaining to the Hazelmere Data Centre application, and consequently the application is incomplete and lacks the consideration of all the issues and the risks concerning service providers and the community. Consequently, the RA should be withdrawn and reworked. I support this data centre development application being opposed by Council tonight.
Thank you. And second speaker? Mr Hull or Mr Swick?
The RAR contains a material error by claiming that the data centre does not emit heat. Given that is a fact of physics, the city should recognise that and make a correction.
Thank you. Mr Hull, would you like to, you still have 3 minutes and 55 seconds if you'd like to. Oh, slow down, it's all good, all good. Slowly.
The RAR the city gave 14 days for public comment, which was extended due to omission of a key planning document to the 24th. The RAR received 1,829 objections, including 5 community associations, serving MPs, ex-MPs, and there was no mention of a petition which had over 3,000 signatories. Yet in the RAR there's a summary of one paragraph with no technical, engineering, scientific, environmental or other community concern.
Thank you very much for the 3-part deputation and for coming in tonight. I move to part 9. This is announcements by the presiding member. I have an announcement from Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Please accept my apology for my comment at the agenda forum about your participation at the Select Committee on Planning. As you were not invited, there was no reason for you to be there. I was wrong to suggest you should have been there or that you did not know about the meeting. In addition, having read information provided by the CEO since the agenda forum, I understand that there must have been some misunderstanding made by an observer about the identity of a person or persons attending the Select Committee, thinking that the participant was a mayor from another city when they were actually a CEO. As a result, I can now see there was no reasons at all for my comment. Once again, please accept my apology.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I accept that apology. We move to part 10. This is leave of absence. Are there any other councillors members requesting leave of absence? I have 3. So I have a request for leave of absence submitted from Deputy Mayor Zanino from the 19th of May 2026 to the 28th of May 2026 inclusive. I have one from Councillor McCulloch from the 18th of May 2026 to the 10th of June 2026 inclusive. And I also have one from Councillor Howlett from the 24th of May 2026 to the 20th of May 2026. Are there Pardon? Oh, sorry, that's the 20th of May until the 24th of May 2026. If there are any other more leave of absences to be handed up, please hand that up to the CEO. And I do, I'll ask for a mover, please. Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Is anyone against? No, that's carried. We move to part 11. This is confirmation of minutes. 11.1, the confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of council held on the 8th of April 2026. Could I please have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Is there a seconder? Councillor Podovnik. Is there anyone against? No, that's carried. Thank you. Okay, for those in the gallery and those watching home, we move to part 12. This is business left over from the previous meeting if it was adjourned, but there is none this evening. And part 13. This is the adoption of those recommendations contained in items not withdrawn. For the benefit of the community members observing this meeting, the Council uses an en bloc method of decision making. This means that the agenda items where Council supports the officer recommendation are not debated separately. One vote is taken on all of the items and the officer recommendation is therefore the decision of Council. The following items have not been withdrawn for individual consideration and they will be dealt with via the en bloc method. So therefore the officer recommendation will be the decision of Council. Those items are 14.2.1. This is the new locality name for North Ellenbrook West. 14.4.3. Proclamation of Rotary at Rutland Road, Great Northern Highway and Stock Road on Great Northern Highway. 14.5.1, Financial Management Report for the period ending 31st of March 2026. 14.5.2, and this is the list of accounts that were paid for March 2026. And 14.5.3, which is the change in basis of valuation. So I'm going to ask if I could please have a mover. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Zanino, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Podovnik. Is anyone against? No, that's carried.
I'd like to move a procedural motion, please, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. And what is your procedural motion?
13.1, suspension of local law.
Do I have a seconder? Shall we need... Oh, sorry, first, what was the movement?
I'd like to, on 2.2, change the order of business.
Yes.
I'd like to bring forward item 14.6, urgent business, and 15.3, amendment to LPS 17, and move 15.1, Councillor Hendon's revocation motion to be heard after 15.2, Councillor Henderson's Fox management motion.
Okay. And the reason?
Do you need the reason before the moving?
Just one moment, let me just check, just to make sure it's all...
The mover and a seconder, and it may be debated, so we just need to confirm what the items are.
Yep, so the items were 14.6 and 15.3. 15.3.
But there was a third part, that was to move another one later in the item.
Yep, which was 15.1 after 15.2.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question?
A question, Councillor Congleton?
Okay, I didn't quite hear about Councillor Henderson's revocation motion. When was that going to be?
That was going to be at the end after 15.2, if this is carried.
Okay, so I also have a notice of motion to bring that forward.
Okay, so I'll ask, we need a seconder first or reason first? So, yep, the seconder was Councillor Johnson.
To debate this if somebody wishes to.
Okay.
Would you like me to provide the reason, or where it's not quiet?
So the seconder was Councillor Johnson. And Do you know if we need the reason first? Yep, so that would be the reason, thank you.
Thank you. The reason is that there are people in the gallery here tonight for the data centre motions, and both 14.6 and 15.3 both relate to data centres. And 15.1 is a confidential, if debated, item, which means we'd have to go behind closed doors, and it would be unreasonable, I believe, to debate this behind closed doors whilst we still have another item that people in the gallery might be here to hear.
Thank you. I'll ask if anyone is against. Okay, sorry, councillors, those that are on screen, is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it?
Yes,
Can
I
you-
do, because I can hear.
Yep, sorry, was that a yes, you'd like to debate it?
Yes, I
Okay.
would.
Thank you. Councillor Howlett.
The debate lies solely with my reason, which is that there are people in the gallery here tonight. It's a very full gallery, Councillor Conkerton. I don't think there's any spare seats. And the real idea is to group together the two motions that have a familiar theme, which are both on data centres, which would relieve perhaps some of the gallery tonight who could leave after hearing that, should they not want to stay on, and that item 15.1, if debated, becomes, and I will be opposing that motion, so therefore it will be debated, it will go behind closed doors, and it would be unreasonable in my mind to interrupt the flow of non-confidential items, or it would be better to flow with items that can be heard in the public gallery or in the public realm without having to go behind closed doors. Save that one for the last item is my reason.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson as the seconder.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I think this is a courtesy for those many people in the public gallery who are here for the data centre. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask, is anyone against? Councillor Congerton.
Madam Mayor, excuse me, I've also got a crocky voice. I'm not against 14.6 or 15.3. I have to move to the airport at 8:30 tonight. I wanted to move a motion to bring forward the 14.3.1 and the sale of the land and the confidential items before the 8 o'clock break.
Thank you. I'll ask, anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion?
Question.
Question?
Is it possible to support this motion and still allow Councillor Congerton to catch his plane? Like, can anyone estimate that?
No, Mr. CEO.
Through the chair, no, because what do you then set the order of business? So you'd have to deal with the confidential item at the end. If this motion were only in regard to the first two, 14.6, 15.3, it probably wouldn't make much difference. You could debate those and everyone could go home. But you've got the other confidential one that Councillor Henderson, he said he wants to participate in, and that he has to catch a plane.
Okay.
Is it possible, a quick question, Madam Mayor, is it possible to break it into two components of 14.6, 15.3 as one, 15.1 separately?
Sorry, is it possible, did you say?
Yes.
Mr. CEO.
So if I understand this, Councillor Congerton, you'd like to bring 14.3.1 forward. Could I, Madam Mayor, add that to my motion? Sorry, add to that.
Mr. CEO. 15.1.
Well, I can't bring the confidential one forward because my motion, my intention is to make that the last item of business.
Could I suggest, if I could suggest, Madam Mayor, for consideration for a compromise, that you bring those three, and then immediately after the 8 o'clock break, when the gallery will be emptied, you come back and consider the 15.1. That would ensure that Councillor Congerton had dealt with his item while he was here, but you brought for those first three items at that point in time. You wouldn't impact any of the public at that way.
Would that be acceptable, Councillor Howlett?
Well, with all due respect, there's no guarantee that 8 o'clock will come around and we'll have dealt with those matters by then, and we would have set the precedent. So I'm happy to bring forward 14.1, 14.3.1, add that to the, bring that forward, but which I think is the item that Councillor Congleton would like. But I am firm on leaving the confidential for last.
Okay.
I'll
Councillor
I'll
Congleton?
stay with the flow, Madam Mayor, and see where we go.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Councillor Howlett. I was at asking for or against. Question?
Madam Mayor, just a quick question, because I noticed that 15.1, it requires an absolute majority vote, whereas the other ones don't. So can we please just figure out how that's going to work?
We're just going to put that up just a moment. Okay. Yep. That would be up to. Okay. Do you want to respond to that?
Madam Mayor?
Thank you. So, my understanding, I'll just. I'm just trying to get that up on the screen for the moment. So. Okay, do I need to let the gallery know or not that? Or just keep going on? Okay. Okay. Okay, councillors, and those in the gallery. Now we've got an AV issue. Do you want to speak to that? Okay. We do, but I can't explain the AV difficulties, though, can I? Okay.
If I could, for Councillors Congleton and Councillor Bowman, you may not be seeing everything. The only option it appears is to drop you out of the meeting and then bring you back in and see if that fixes the issue. But I'd only want to do that after we've considered this item. Otherwise, you potentially don't vote on something about changing the order of business. So if we could just read carefully, Madam Mayor, what the proposed sequencing is.
So the motion was to move items 14.3.1, 14.6 and 15.3, and then have 15.1 after 15.2, which was Councillor Howlett's motion. But I had a question from Councillor Oringo, though, asking whether it was possible to meet, to have, requires an absolute majority. And I think my understanding, Mr. CEO, is it is possible, but it isn't, or it is. It is. It is.
So I have a follow-up question.
Yes.
Given that order, and I just want to know, is it possible to move an amendment in this?
At this point, Mr. CEO, let's have a look.
You can't move an amendment that's going to
Yes. It depends what the amendment is. What would the amendment be? Just one moment, councillors.
My amendment would be to remove the part of Councillor Harlett's motion and let's actually bring 15.1 as the first item to be dealt with, and then you can follow through with the order.
That's a complete change.
a different motion. You can
Motion.
debate this
Okay.
first or vote on it, then you could do that if you wanted to.
All right. Question, Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, can I suggest we split this into 3 items, Madam Mayor, using your discretion to split complex motions and have 3 separate votes?
Mr. CEO, is that possible?
Madam Mayor, you could deal with this as complex, just agreeing on which ones you'd agree, come forward, but then you've that's up to you.
So, Councillor Howlett, is that acceptable?
my
We have
idea
to hear
was
which two they are, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, it's actually not. I just want to go ahead and vote for this, or we either do or don't.
So not acceptable then, thank you. So we'll come back to where we're at. I asked for anyone who'd like to speak for the motion, and then I asked would anyone like to speak against the motion. That's where we're at. To anyone that hasn't already debated, does anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? If not, you'll write a reply.
Just put it to the vote, please.
Thank you. So those in favour of Councillor Howlett's motion, thank you. Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dean, and Councillor Johnson, and Councillor Howlett. Those against, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor, going across the screen, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Takiro, Councillor Congerton, Councillor Zanino, Deputy Mayor Zanino, my apologies, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Brodovnik, and myself, and it was lost 4-8. Okay. Thank you. So it is possible to consider another alternate motion to change the order.
Madam Mayor, I'd
Yes.
like to move to change
Thank
the
you,
order of
Councillor
business.
Ringo.
I would like to move that we deal with 15.1.
15.1?
Yeah.
Okay, is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Is there anyone against?
Yes.
You wish to debate it?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Ringo.
Councillors, I think we've heard this is an absolute majority required voting, and one of our own colleague, unfortunately, for personal reasons, will not essentially. So we're just bringing this up so at least he can also participate, and I think that's Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Henderson.
Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Ask anyone against. Councillor
Yes.
Howlett.
Thank you. Well, for personal reasons, I think the gallery's full tonight of people who've come to hear other items that are on the agenda, and I'm here to serve the people, not the other councillors, so I will not be supporting that, and I would hate to see everybody have to leave this building so that we can hear a confidential item so Councillor Congerton can make it plain. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Thank you to those in the gallery. Just thank you very much. I'll ask anyone like to speak for the motion. Anyone like to speak against? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if this motion is lost, I will foreshadow a procedural motion to bring forward the two data centre motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ringo, your right of reply. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Does anyone else like to speak for or against? Councillor Ringo, your right of reply.
Move it. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, I've got that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Ringo, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Takiro, Deputy Mayor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Brodovnik, and I had Councillor Congerton and Councillor, that's it. Councillor Bowman? No? It's a bit, no, okay. Thank you. And those in favour? Oh, sorry, those against? We had Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dean, Councillor Bowman, and Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, and myself. I do. I believe we do have a very full gallery this evening, and I'm not privy at this stage to unfortunately allow, to vote that a plane is not actually a reason for being able to dismiss the amount of people that have been here tonight. So I will be against that motion. Thank you. So that is then lost. That's 6, 7. Thank you very much. Okay.
Procedural motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, so, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move under 13.1, suspension of the local law. In particular, the item is 2.2, order of business. I'd like to bring forward to the beginning of the agenda, item 14.6, urgent business, which is your motion, Madam Mayor, and 15.3, amendment to
So 14.6 then,
15.3.
15.3.
And for the reason there are people in the public gallery who are here for these two data centre motions, and this will be a courtesy to those people. Thank
Just
you.
a moment, everyone. I just really need to hear what's being said here. Do I have a seconder? No, just one moment. We just need to check whether we can do the suspension of.
Can you double check your last count?
Sure.
On that item, some staff are saying it was 7-6, but I thought we had.
Okay. I just need to go back and recap for those in the gallery and those watching at home. Just going to ask those that were in favour, if you could raise your hand again. Councillor, those in favour, was Councillor Ringo?
Madam Mayor, I think we're not clear what we're doing now.
So we're just going back to the last vote, Councillor Johnson, just to reconfirm for staff what the actual final number was.
Yeah, but you've declared it carried.
Just one moment, Councillor Johnson.
It's over.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, that last count for the item on the change to Councillor Ringo was 7-6.
7-6, not 6-7. Okay.
6-all, because we
Okay,
just
6-all.
we'd miscounted as we were going round, so it was actually carried 7-6.
Okay, can we just confirm those names again on the screen?
Confirms 4. Councillor Ringo, McCulloch, Takero,
6-7, thank you.
Zanino, Henderson,
Mhm.
and Congo.
6, that's correct. So my apologies, that was miscounted on, and it wasn't announced at the end either. So it was carried 7-6. Sorry, yes. 7. 7-6.
So
Okay.
just a question, how can we go back and re-vote on something? Where is this in the meeting procedure, local law? We've declared it, so...
It wasn't actually declared because I actually didn't quote the numbers at the end of that.
No, it was. I heard it was carried.
Having clarified that was declared 7-6, we need to come back then. That has passed, Madam Mayor.
It has.
The first item of business, which is 15.3.
Councillor Ringo was 15.1. Thank you. So we've now moved the order of business, and the motion was to move item 15.1, which will be just on the screen there, was Councillor Henderson. Just 1 minute, Councillor Henderson. Sorry? Yeah. So at this point, for those people in the gallery, I will have to ask the gallery to adjourn outside. Well, it depends on the questions. My apologies. You may or may not have to, depending on the questions from councillors, as to whether we need to go behind closed doors for anything that's confidentially asked. So I'm going to go to 15.1. Lots of pages. 15.1. Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors. So I move that I give notice of a motion to revoke the decision of council made the 8th of April 2026 regarding item 16.2, sale of lot 9509, number 20, Junction Parade, Midland, consideration of public comment. The council resolved to 1, note the submissions were received objecting to the sales price and the officer's response, and 2, note not authorise the CEO to finalise disposal of lot 9509 Junction Parade, Midland, and the reasons for the revocation to support the officer's recommendation for the sale of lot 9509 Junction Parade, Midland. That's part 1.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McCulloch? And I'll ask, is there anyone against? Councillor Johnson, do you wish to debate it?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Councillors, we covered this at the last meeting. I just wanted to note a couple of key points. Part of the argument about the sale of this land was the price that we're selling it for, and some mistakes perhaps made in thinking that we had bought the land for a significant amount of money. Well, in fact, we bought it for 150, or part of it for 150 pounds, quid, or whatever you want to call them these days. So that's one misconception, and I guess the other one is that it's been decided that we're going to progress the sale of those lots around the old Midland Oval, and this is a different lot of land to some of the others. You'll have variations in valuations as a result. So we could talk all day about what's good or bad in terms of this, but we're talking about today's current economic circumstance, what someone is prepared to pay. We want to see the area developed. There's more than 2/3 of our community voted for that to happen. So I do think we have a responsibility to get on and make this happen. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'll ask Councillor McCulloch. Is it seconded?
Happy to reserve my right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll ask, is anyone against? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, councillors, I think the decision this council very wisely made at the last meeting was the right decision. And at that meeting, I thought for about a minute we'd finally turned a corner, but I soon realised that the revocation was inevitable. Revocation motions, councillors and members of the public gallery, are properly used when new information comes to light since the original decision. Has there been any new information? If anyone knows of anyone, can they please bring it up in debate? Councils over 10 years ago, back in November 2015, when Council voted, I think, 14-1 to approve the Midland Oval Redevelopment Master Plan, we were sold a vision of a new council admin centre, council chamber, a grand library, a hotel, a multi-deck car park, 3 new green parks, 7 8-storey apartment blocks, and this was going to revitalise Midland. It was going to be an economic miracle. The development was going to provide, I think, $1 billion of economic input-output factors. The Midland community was told you have to give up your Midland Central Oval for this grand vision. Anyone opposing this Midland utopia was a NIMBY whinger. But if you go and have a look at the site now, you can see the evidence of the $40 million of ratepayers' funds spent on this, but only one commercial development, the original Cornerstone development from 10 years ago. The owner has options to purchase 2 other blocks, but has not proceeded as it's not economic, which is a bit sad. At the time, the then president of the Swan Chamber of Commerce, who knows a bit about construction, told us that you could not build an apartment on the Midland Oval for a cost that would make a profit when the apartment was sold. And of course, we all know that, to the best of my knowledge, no apartments have ever been sold. And if a development contribution plan had been charged, it would have reduced the value of the land to nothing. The Midland Oval Redevelopment Master Plan has failed, exactly as the business experts said it would fail. Remember, just because you're a member of the party business does not mean you know anything about business. Now, apparently, without any strategic decision to change the Morm business case, we're being asked to sell this land for less than we have recently bought land for on the Morm site. The effect of this cut price sale would be to subsidise this property development business. Our ratepayers do not want to pay high property rates with rises above the rate of inflation to subsidise small business. Our ratepayers want value for money. To support this motion would be a reverse Robin Hood, robbing from the poor ratepayers to pay the rich property developers. Finally, councillors, you have a fiduciary duty to the ratepayers, something that Councillor Henderson told Council last month was a red herring. A fiduciary duty for councillors is a duty of care to the city and ratepayers. And a duty of care is you must take reasonable care to avoid acts or omissions that you can reasonably foresee would be likely to injure. This is the standard of care in the most famous case in common law. What's the test for a breach? It's the reasonable man test. If the standard of care falls below that which would be reasonably expected in the circumstances, how do we apply this? Would the reasonable man, such as the man down the pub, I've just got to finish my sentence, Madam Mayor, think that selling the land for less than it's worth be a breach of fiduciary duty? Well, you answer the question yourself,
Thank
councillors.
you very much. Councillor Johnson. Now, I'll ask if there's anyone like to speak for the motion. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Howlett.
Councillors, what you are revoking is a motion that said we deserve more. We want a fair price for this land to give back to the ratepayers. We've been selling every parcel of land on the Midland Oval redevelopment site at an ever increasingly lower price per metre square. And this offer that we rejected was the lowest to date. The rate we're going, we'll be giving it away soon. It'll be a race with your stake to run up and put your stake in and claim your land.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. I'll ask anyone like to speak for the motion. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. 2/3 of the community voted for this. If I recollect, actually 12% of the total population of the City of Swan actually may have voted for this, and I think that's being pretty generous. It may have been as low as 4% because basically most people didn't know about it, but they were the facts, they were the stats. Yeah, it's being sold for less than $1,000 a square metre, and yes, I know that this particular lot was formed part of the old Midland Oval, which actually is a very old and 100-year-old oval, but it is the fact that the council purchased land on the Crescent for this Midland Oval redevelopment for over $4,000 a square metre. So back in 2012, that's what they were expecting to make from this. What's happened is that it has not realised the dream, and the fact is that Midland, there's good reasons for that, and that is Midland is a mess. And the other reason is nobody wants to buy expensive flats here in Midland. Or even put in commercial. So it's actually a dud, and that's why we're not getting any offers, and that's why we're not getting the kind of money back that we purchased properties for. 2012, that's over 10 years ago. This whole thing was supposed to have been done and dusted, and I'm afraid the ratepayers have already spent $50 million on it. $32 million was already spent without the community knowing, and that was in purchasing land.
Just one moment, Councillor Catalan, if you could resume your seat, please. Councillor McCulloch, what was your point of order?
7.2.
7.2.
F. The presentation of false or misleading information. I believe that there are some statements that are grossly generalised
And what were
they
those
are not
points, Councillor
factual.
McCulloch?
I need to go into the points as well.
Unfortunately,
We
I
just
do
heard
need that point of order
Councillor
ready to go.
Catalano
Thank
talking
you.
about aspects of the development that it has failed and some of the costs and such.
I believe that is Councillor Catalano's opinion, so I'm going to not rule on that point of order. Thank you. Councillor Catalano?
They're actually all on the record. They're stats, they're figures. They're not generalisations. And Midland is a mess. I mean, I don't need to tell anyone that. When I posted notice of this ad, of this sale on Facebook, I mean, people were astounded. They were absolutely astounded by the fact that land had been purchased in that area for the redevelopment plan for $4,000 a square metre and was now being sold for less than $1,000 a square metre. They were astounded. They didn't pass the pub test, and it still doesn't. I mean, $50 million is what this council has spent of your rates, and you're not going to get it back. And in fact, the development itself is not working. It is not delivering, and it probably never will, because nobody wants to buy an expensive apartment in the central Midlands.
Just one moment, Councillor Catalano. Councillor Ringo, if you could please quote your point of order.
7.21F, false and misleading information. To say that nobody wants to buy in Midland is false. We've not surveyed everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Ringo. I'll uphold that point of order. Councillor Catalano, if you'd like to continue.
I think you'll find that nobody wants to purchase an expensive flat in Midland at all. That's why that's why these apartments haven't been built. That's why people aren't prepared to pay proper dollars, proper money for that land, because nobody will even purchase anything on there if there were flats put up there, and for good reason. Would anybody in this gallery do that? Probably not, because you can buy flats elsewhere in Perth, closer to town and in nicer surroundings, and not have to pay a huge amount of money for it. I mean, really, the council needs to...
Councillor Catalano, and that was your 3 minutes. I want to ask councillors, anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? The last call is for or against. No? Your right of reply.
Thank you, councillors. Well, I've heard a fair bit of hyperbole in the debate. Midland actually does need progress. Absolutely, it needs progress. We have someone who is prepared to invest their money and to progress Midland. We want to see this progress, and that's fundamental. The argument that no one wants to come to Midland is absolutely false, because we've got someone here that wants to invest. So what's the next thing? Cut price sale was discussed. Well, as I said, it was bought for 150 quid a long time ago. We could argue about what other lots have sold for. Every lot is a different location, has a different ability to be constructed on, and that's a key thing here. So there is no cut price sale. So it is actually our duty to proceed, and I think you basically said that it wasn't because, I'll get back to the point, 2/3 of the respondents, those people, everyone was asked the question, a whole pile of people were lobbied to put in a no, 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 but actually 2/3 came up and said, yes, get on with it. So I think that's been put to bed. Robin Hood, well, he was a great English guy. I love all the movies. I won't go any further on that. So the big key point here is, what is something worth? What is something worth? It's worth what someone's prepared to pay for it. Even if it's a lot less than what was originally thought we might get. And that $4,000 figure sounds to me like it's way out there, because I don't recall that number at all. So the point is, what is a fair price? That was raised, a fair price. Well, I actually think that what we're getting here is a reasonable price. The fact of the matter is that we need to progress it and build it, and it will then, in turn, return rates for the city. It'll also give others some confidence to want to join in. I'll just finish with one last point. Let's make it happen was a slogan for the city of Swan back in the early 2000s. Shall we change it to let's get Midland moving? Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillors, I'm going to put that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Dean, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor McCullett, Councillor Takiro, Deputy Mayor Zanino, Councillor Congerton, Councillor Henderson, and Councillor Brodovnik. And those against is Councillor Johnson and Councillor Howlett and myself. Oh, and Councillor Catalano, my apologies, I couldn't see past there. So the motion is carried, 9-4.
So that's part A.
Yep.
We need to move to part B.
B.
Councillor.
So sorry, we didn't call that out. Just it was 9-4. Thank you. Okay. Just give the minute clerk a minute to have a look.
Abbreviations as we're trying to keep the minutes running. That's 9-4, Madam Mayor.
Yes, I did call that 9-4, thank you. So move to part B now. I just need to move up. So that was in the event that the revocation motion was successful, it was an absolute majority required, and I give notice of the following motion. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, councillors. So the second part is that council resolve to 1, note submissions received and the officer's response provided. 2, subject to potential buyers successfully completing their due diligence, authorise the CEO to finalise the disposal of lot 9509, number 20, Junction Parade, Midland.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McCulloch. Oops. And is there anyone against? Thank you. Do you wish to debate it, Councillor Howlett? No. Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Councillors, I think in part A we actually debated it. So those points stand for this part. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCulloch is the seconder.
I reserve my right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anyone against? You wish to debate it? Thank you.
What would succeed for Midland is if this land was set aside for a big central park. That would really make Midland happen. That would actually be the catalyst for bringing people to live here in these high rises. That would be the way to turn this whole thing around. So what we really need, and what the community have sought all along, is for public open space, a big central park. In fact, what this is a selling off of a part of the potential for a central park. And that is really, that is a sad day for Midland. Every time the potential for a central park in that area is hived off for effectively, I guess, at the end of the day, waiting to see what happens by landowners, because that seems to be what's taking place down there. We're losing, Midland is losing every opportunity it has, not only to claw back the money for the ratepayers that's already been spent on this, but also to really bring the promise that this council has been making to ratepayers for the last 15, 20 years for that area and for Midland all round, and it hasn't been delivering. So that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be sold, and the area should be turned into a central park for the whole of Midland.
Point of order,
how
Madam
we're going
Mayor.
to make this area happen.
Sorry, what was that?
Relevance 7.21C. We are not talking about Central Park. That is not what's on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ringo. Councillor Catalano, if you'd just like to resume, but please, I won't rule
Yeah,
on
we're
that, but you
talking
have a
about the
point.
sale of land. That could be a potential central park. And since we're not getting a reasonable amount of money offered for the land, then it would be more valuable for the community for it to become a central park.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Just one moment, Councillor Catalano, if you'd like to resume your seat.
7.21C relevance. Again, Madam Mayor, we are not talking about Central
Thank you,
Park.
Councillor Ringo. Councillor Catalano, if you could please resume, but also just direct it to it is Midland Oval. Thank you.
Midland Oval, yeah, exactly. It should be our central park. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano.
And I don't think you can say it enough times, actually. You can shut me down as much as you like, but it's not going to be over until the whole thing's paved over. It's completely turned into concrete and more of a mess, and Midland will actually go downhill. If you really want
Point
Midland...
of order, Madam Mayor.
Just one moment, Councillor Ringo, just one moment. Councillor Catalano, if you'd like to resume your seat. Councillor Ringo, what was your point of order?
7.21F, false and misleading information. Midland is not going down. Thank you.
I think you just have to look around.
Catalano, if you could just resume your seat for a moment until I rule on that. Thank you, Councillor Ringo. I won't uphold your point of order. That's a personal opinion of Councillor Catalano. So thank you. If you could keep it respectful, Councillor Catalano. And
Thank you. Having been here for 35 years, I can actually vouch for that. It has gone downhill, seriously gone downhill. And I am one of the few people that like to see it go to progress, as has been promised, as Councillor Henderson has promised tonight. And I do not think this is the way. The way to deliver for Midland, and actually for all of the ratepayers here tonight who've already invested in that, is to turn the area into a central park. Imagine if there was a central park where Midland Oval once stood. Imagine if that's Central Park, what that would do for the whole of
Madam
Midland.
Mayor, point of order.
Just one moment, Councillor Ringo, if you could resume your seat. Thanks, Councillor Catalano. We're at time, Councillor Ringo, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll ask if anyone would like to speak for the motion. Anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I've been voting against the Midland Oval for the entire time I've been on council. Councillors, I'd just like to bring to your attention, Councillor Henderson raised an issue about I think we had a plebiscite or referendum concerning the Midland Oval business plan. And as is well known, the question went out in such a way that, yes, the community were in favour of a new council admin centre, council chamber, a grand library, a wonderful new massive hotel, a multi-deck car park, 3 green parks, as I mentioned earlier, several 8-storey apartment blocks. It was going to be a new utopia for Midland. It was going to transform the place. But unfortunately, if you go and have a look right now, it still looks like a building site. We've rearranged the roads and the green space, but nobody's really interested. Councillors, if our community have given up their central green park, that Midland Oval, the vision of that park that so many people had, you would expect to get the library, the hotel, the multi-deck car park, the parks, and the housing and everything else that was going to go with it. And we would really love to have that $1 billion of economic input-output factors, which no one was able to explain to me at the time, because I've not seen any evidence of $1 billion worth of investment in the Midland Oval. So what's happened is that vision has somehow failed. Nobody seems to be interested in building a hotel or a multi-deck car park. No one seems to want to put up 8-storey apartment blocks. We've only got one park, and it's not very successful. It's very difficult to access. And we're certainly not going to build a new council admin centre, council chamber on there because, well, as was pointed out at the time, we've already got an admin centre and a council chamber. We don't need another one. So that vision somehow has failed over the past 10 years. And instead, we're now saying, without actually resetting the business case, going out to the community and doing public consultation, we're saying we're going to sell it off cheap. And by selling it off cheap, it means that we're selling it off for less than the price per square metre than we've been buying it for the past 10 years. So, councillors, I believe this developer has proposed to put up a 3-storey block, a little 3-storey block where I think we were going to be building a hotel or putting a park or something. You know, there are plenty of 3-storey blocks all over Midland. You don't need to put one just here. The idea was to build something big and grand just here. So the question is just how low can we go? So what is the lowest possible offer that Councillor Henderson would be prepared to accept? Would it be $400 a square metre?
Thank you,
$300 a square metre?
And that was your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor, I'll ask anyone else like to speak for the motion. Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, not sure where to start because I feel like this has been close to 10 years of saying the same thing with the same debate for the same reasons and the same vision. And I've been proud to be supporting the New Junction development to look at a bigger vision for the greater city of Swan for community. And this development was never about the money. It was about identity, connectedness, diversity, vibrancy, something that was enduring and safe. We keep talking about a central park. It was an oval, and there was strategy around the sporting groups that now have specialist sporting facilities. Woodbridge Riverside Park provides us incredible amenity and shows that we have some incredible riverside frontage to enjoy and get out and walk amongst nature. I've heard Sorry. I have heard that the MOP has failed, that Midland's a mess, the development's not working. Actually spoke with a Vivash resident who, for the last 18 months, has moved into local real estate. She was talking about, without any knowledge of anything, what's happening, the progression of residential land, the sales, the residents moving in, and it was incredibly positive and incredibly exciting to know firsthand from a local resident about so much of this. She's lived in Vivash for over 20 years and she holds this whole area close to her heart. Councillors, the market value is the market value is the market value. We paid about £150 many, many decades ago. And I think that that's something that we need to understand. We have a developer, it's part of a strategic development and bigger vision, and that is going to be something that is realised as these developments come of age and we see things happen. So I really think that we need to continue to get on board. We need to understand what we're doing. We don't need to keep looking at the fact that the disruption constantly that has happened over the years has contributed to the fact that we have gaps and we don't have the progression we've had. And you know what? I'm going to be really, really proud in 10 to 15 years when I'm on my gopher heading to the shops to buy my incontinence pads to see that development and understand how significant it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. I'll ask anyone like to speak against the motion. Anyone like to speak for the motion? Oh, Councillor Henderson, your right of reply.
Well, I've heard some serious negativity about Midland tonight. Isn't it terrible that councillors that live or are in the Midland Guildford ward actually want to put it down? They don't want to see the future. They don't want to see the vision. They don't want to see what the vision that was planned.
Just one moment, Councillor Henderson, if you could resume your seat. Councillor Catalano, what was your point of order, please?
That's misleading, actually.
I just need you to point me in the reference base of your point of order.
So here we go.
Fortunately, if you don't have that ready, I'm going to
no,
move on.
I have. It's 7.2, 1F.
And what was that misleading?
Actually, I wasn't putting down Midland at all, actually. I was putting down the council's performance. And I was actually saying that Midland had potential. So I really do object to you playing the straw man
Thank
here.
you, Councillor Catalano.
It's not about me.
Councillor Catalano, I'd like to rule on that. I'll rule that you don't have a point of order. Councillor Henderson, if you'd like to continue, please.
Yeah, it came through very loud and very clear to me, Madam Mayor, about those matters. The thing we have got to consider here is, what is it that we want to see for the City of Swan? What is it that the residents of the City of Swan have said they want to see? They want to see progress. They want to see our region, our area developed and grow. And yes, it might take some time. And yes, there's a building issue at the moment because, frankly, people can't get builders and all of the aspects that go with that. And yes, there might even be a recession towards the end of this year and builders will become available and builders, owners might be able to build at a price that's affordable. We can't determine those things. Those are market matters. Those are market conditions. I'll come back, rather than continue this, to the key point. What is today's fair market value? And that is what we've been offered. So, councillors, I ask you to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll now put that to vote. Those in favour? Councillor Dean, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Tikiro, Councillor Congerton, Deputy Mayor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Prodovnik and myself. And those against? Councillor Catalano and Councillor Johnson and Councillor Howlett. The motion is carried. 10-3.
Madam Mayor, at this point, I'd like to move a procedural motion, if I may.
What was your procedural motion, Councillor?
So
but how
procedural
would we-
motion
Just
is...
one moment. How can I show that then?
Just through the chair, Councillor Bowman had already advised me if I was in, he wanted to move a procedural motion. He may not have been heard.
I think I got there first, Mr. CEO. It's a public meeting. You should have spoken up.
I didn't have any indication from Councillor Bowman. Thank you, Councillor Congleton. I didn't see a hand raised from Councillor Bowman. And so Councillor Johnson
Thank you,
did
Madam Mayor.
then speak next. So
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move a procedural motion under 13.1 to suspend part of the local law. That item is 2.2, the order of business. I'd like to bring forward item 14.6, urgent business, your motion, Madam Mayor, and item 15.3, amendment to LPS 17, which is Councillor Howlett's motion, for the reason there are people in the public gallery who would like to hear this debated. Thank you.
thank you, Councillor.
Seconded.
Yes, I'd like to ask for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Yep, I'm sure. And I'll ask anyone against. Check that's carried. That's carried. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. We're going to move now to 14.6. Yep. So for those watching, we've just amended the order of business and we're just going to go back to 14.6, which is the item of urgent business. Yep. So I have advised the CEO that I wish to make a deputation in support of the authorised officer's recommendation to not support the application at the Development Assessment Panel, known as the DAP, meeting to be held on the 19th of May 2026 relating to the proposed Responsible Authority Report, the RAR, for the application for a proposed data centre development at lots 14 and 15 Stirling Crescent in Hazelmere. So I will need a council member to move the below motion.
Question.
Question?
Should the Deputy Mayor be presiding at this point?
Mr CEO?
Thank you. If you're going to move the motion, yes, Madam Mayor, and I just draw your attention to the requirements for urgent business under clause 2.8 need to be followed at this time too.
Okay. What was that, sorry? So I'd like to hand the chair over to the Deputy Mayor. Okay, just stay there, it's fine. Thank you. If you're happy to chair from there, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I will. Just a question to the CEO. Both myself and Councillor Henderson have declared an interest. Do we need to leave the room or can we stay? Impartiality.
Thank you, and as you're the chair, I'll refer this back. You can stay. You've both declared impartiality interest in this. That impartiality notes that you are required to consider a matter at the JDAP on Tuesday. You would also be required to make a declaration at the JDAP that you participated in an item which was simply the authorisation of the presiding member being able to make a deputation.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, thank you, councillors. We have an item here which is of urgent business. I think everyone's read it and they know what it consists of. I need a mover and a seconder for this motion. Is the move, Councillor Richardson or the Mayor Richardson is moving. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson. I'm going to ask the question, is there anyone against this motion?
Through the chair, if I may, at this juncture, in accordance with the requirements of section 2.8 of the meeting procedures, the CEO is going to make an oral statement on this matter as it is urgent business.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you. And for the benefit of the gallery at this juncture, clause 2.8 of our meeting procedures allows a matter that's not included in the agenda to be brought to the council's attention as long as it's done so within 72 hours of the ordinary meeting of the council, and the matter is of an urgent nature and cannot wait for inclusion at the next meeting. In this instance, the Development Assessment Panel meeting is to be held on 19th of May 2026. The presiding member seeks to have a motion to have council make a deputation to the DAP. Staff have recommended the DAP application be refused for the following reason. The proposed data centre is designed with an on-site backup power system and diesel generators that when operational would generate a level of noise that would have an unacceptable adverse impact on the amenity of the adjoining properties and a significant proportion of the residential areas of Hazelmere and Woodbridge, and a portion of the residential land area of Midland abutting the Helena River. The RAR report noted, a very comprehensive report, some 30-odd pages, noted the considerable public interest in this, with 1,890 submissions, of which 1,829 were objections, of which a half came from persons outside the district. The information contained in the report addressed all the items that were raised in the public submissions, and I note that no matter what was completed with the design in its current form, it will not be noise compliant.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. As I said, I'm going to ask, is there anyone against this motion?
Councillor Bowman.
Councillor Bowman, you're against?
I am.
Do you wish to debate it?
I do.
You do? Okay, I'll ask for speakers. As the mover, Mayor Richardson, you wish to speak?
Thank you. I'll make a very quick and brief statement. Due to the high number of public submissions regarding and the community sentiment regarding the data centre, I am seeking tonight council support to vote tonight to allow me to make and present to the DAP panel, highlighting those areas of concern, and particularly that would be the noise issue, as we're already compliant in other areas. So on behalf of the community, that's what I'm seeking from council this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Johnson, as the seconder, you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding Member. Look, councillors, I think if we support this motion, it will mean that the Mayor's deputation to the DAP will carry far more weight. This is a ground-breaking motion, councillors. The law was changed yet again recently to prevent council from being involved in RARs, and a motion of this nature to request a mayor to make a deputation to the DAP appears to be the only way that council and community can express its views through this council chamber to the DAP is to put up a motion to request the mayor to make a deputation to DAP. Just about everything else has been ruled out. We can no longer debate the RAR, we can't send our own recommendation, but we can send our mayor. And therefore, if we can have a motion of this nature supporting the mayor, we can also hear deputations from members of the public. We've heard questions tonight. Councillors, this is the most serious development application I've seen in my 10 years. And I think our mayor making a deputation in support of the RAR, in support of the community who object to it, will carry a tremendous weight. So I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillors, I need a speaker against.
Question?
Question, Councillor.
I was wondering if council will have an opportunity to see the deputation before it is actually given to the DAP panel, because I believe I heard the mayor just say that she would be that the DAP deputation would be about the noise, as all other areas were compliant. That is what I'd like to know, if we will see that deputation before it's sent to council, it is sent to DAP.
I'll refer that to the CEO, Mr. CEO.
Thank you. Council can't mandate that. The Mayor is a spokesman for the City as a statutory provision within the Act. The Mayor can circulate a copy of her deputation either prior to or after the deputation if she chooses.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillors, I need a speaker against. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillors, I've heard the questions from the members of the public. I've read the emails. Over 900 submissions. if councillors agree to this motion, the only thing the mayor will be doing is objecting to the data centre for the purpose of noise only. What about all the other issues that our community has been raising? None of that will be mentioned. Then also look at the Responsible Authority report. It has an alternative motion there as well. My understanding is that supports it. So councillors, I think the mayor going to make a deputation and saying the only reason the city, the community objects is to noise is not what our community is telling us. So I cannot support a deputation from any elected member that only talks about the noise. That's not what our community's been telling us, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I need a speaker for the motion. Any speakers for? No speakers for. Are there any other speakers against? Councillor Howlett.
Thank you. This is a difficult position to be in because I do support the mayor presenting a deputation before the JDAP in support of the refusal. However, if it is going to be as narrow as supporting the officer's recommendation for refusal just to be on noise, then I can't support this because, as Councillor Bowman has just put, there are far more many issues that have been raised by the community and identified as making this this application non-compliant, and therefore I think it'll probably do more damage than good if we are to have a narrow definition of refusal from our mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Are there any speakers for the motion? No speakers for. Are there any other speakers against? No speakers against. Therefore, I'll hand over to Mayor Richardson to close the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillors, this is a very, very significant community topic. This is very, very significant, raising over 1,800 submissions. As you know, as councillors, there are only certain things you can speak to in a deputation and also at the panel. It's not community. I'm sure that it will come in as community sentiment, but I also need to speak to what has and what isn't compliant. So noise is going to be one of the major factors that I speak to. I've still yet to work with staff to look at that submission of what I can and can't speak to. It's on behalf of the whole council. So it's not my personal reflection on what I believe should or shouldn't happen. This is a very comprehensive deputation that needs to be written. But this is the only opportunity to speak at the DAP and to present. So if this is what council chooses, then I can't represent councillors or the community. So I'm asking for that support to take this to DAP, to take that from the council and make that statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Richardson. On that note, I'll put it to a vote. Those in favour? Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dean, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Aringo.
Oh, no,
Takiro, sorry. Councillor Comberton. No, he's not got his hand up. Councillor Henderson, Councillor Predovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Sarah Howlett. I thought you spoke against it. And Councillor Richardson. And myself. Those against? Councillor Aringo. Councillor Bowman. Councillor Congleton, are you voting?
You have to vote.
Okay, sorry. I did vote before and I was in support of the mayor.
Oh, okay.
Well, you didn't have your hand up.
I,
So
sorry, I did have my hand up. Go back and check the
I didn't
video.
see it.
Yes, I did have my hand up. You may
Okay.
not have seen it,
No.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, but I voted in favour of the
So
mayor.
the count is 11-2. Carried.
All right, through the chair, it's back to you. Madam
I'll
Chair.
hand back to the mayor.
Now, you have a choice.
Thank you very much, councillors.
You would normally have a break now if you wanted to deal with the other matter before the break. And then everyone can go home in the gallery.
Okay. So for those watching in the gallery and those at home watching, we would normally have a short 10-minute recess at 8 o'clock. In the interest of those in the gallery, councillors, are we happy to proceed with the next item so that then those that would like to leave can also depart?
Yes,
Is anyone against? No? Okay, we'll continue on. We're looking at item 15.3. Already ready? Just a minute. Yes. Councillor Howlett, amendment to LPS 17 to include new use data centre on page 275. And Councillor Howlett submitted the following notice of motion. If you'd like to read out your motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My motion is that the council resolve to 1, request the CEO writes to the Director General of the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage, inquiring A, whether the DPLH Western Australia Planning Commission are considering a state direction on land use planning matters associated with data centres, inclusive of a potential distinct new land use classification of such use for the purpose of incorporation into the local planning schemes in Western Australia, and B, where no such state direction is being considered, whether the DPLH WAPC has any opposition to the City of Swan considering amendments to its local planning scheme to deal with such land use planning matters associated with data centres. 2, for the CEO to provide feedback to Council on the DPLH WAPC's response to these inquiries to consider further actions necessary to address planning matters associated with data centres. My reason: data centres are presently classified as warehouses for land use purposes. However, this designation does not accurately reflect their function or operational demands. Unlike traditional warehouses, which store physical goods, data centres are purpose-built for the electronic storage and processing of information and require substantially high power densities. Continuing to categorise data centres as warehouses overlooks the scale of resources they require, misrepresents their true function, and fails to recognise the importance of strategically locating them within industrial areas that can support grid stability. Establishing data centres as a distinct land use classification is a proactive step aligning planning frameworks with the evolving nature of this industry.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Last for a seconder. Oh, Councillor McCulloch, thank you. I'll ask, is anyone against? It's carried. Thank you very much. 13. Nil. Okay. For those in the gallery and those watching at home, we're now going to have a short 10-minute recess and then we'll be back online at 8:14. Thank you. Those watching online, those in the gallery, to the staff and councillors, we've now resumed after a short 10-minute recess. We have moved on to 14.1.1. This is the establishment of Planning Process Review Committee of Council and appointment of members, and that's found on page 7. This needs to be an absolute majority vote. Proposed motion by Councillor Henderson. Councillor Henderson, if you'd like to please read out your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I move that Council resolve to endorse the amended terms of reference for the committee with amendments as below. 3B, this is terms of reference changes. The word term becomes terms. 3D, add the words and make recommendations to council. 3E, add the words after meeting of council by no later than December the 26th. Number 2, appoint Councillors Zanino, Henderson, McCulloch, Aringo, Howlett as members of the Planning Review Committee. And point 3 is up to nominations from council. 4, appoint Councillor Zanino as presiding member of the Planning Process Review Committee. How about I call it PPRC? Add Councillor Henderson as the deputy presiding member of the PPRC. The CEO to provide $50,000 from savings in the 25-26 budget to fund an independent professional to undertake the review. And the reasons for the motion to appoint members and positions. 2, the fund from the 25-26 budget per advice that funds could be made available from savings. 3, minor amendments to the terms of reference to provide clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll ask for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. Do I have anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Councillor Henderson.
Councillors, I think this is self-explanatory. I'll be keen to hear debate.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor McCulloch is the seconder.
I reserve my right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll ask anyone against. Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. I'm not against the idea of the planning committee at all, and I think I made my point pretty clear last time this came to council, but I just think this is a completely unfair selection of committee members because I've already made it known that I would have liked to have been considered for the position. I believe originally there were supposed to be councillors with planning experience. Well, you know, that doesn't appear to be all of those councillors on there, and in fact I've got planning experience. So nobody even bothered to contact me as to whether I'd be on this list. And we've basically got a fait accompli. I think that is completely disingenuous. I think it's actually not a good process. It's not fair, just, not equitable. It might not even be the best outcome. So for the community or for council. So anyway, not sure what's being spoken about behind the scenes here. It's quite disruptive, but anyway. I mean, sorry, can't support this because this kind of process is just, it's actually, it's wrong. It should have been put out to all councillors to nominate, and it should be done with due procedure, you know, like.
Can I make a statement?
Yes, please, Councillor. Sorry, Mr. CEO.
Through the chair, just so you could pick a misconception, Councillor Catalano, you could simply move an amendment. As long as you're not currently on a committee, you can go on this committee. So the Act says if a council's not on a committee, you could go on to, you could simply move a simple amendment saying, I wish to add my name to the committee list.
In response to that, I don't want to waste any more time here tonight going through, you know, a waste of time when it's already obviously been decided by this council without even letting me know that this is what this council here, they've already, obviously, it has been all spoken about behind closed doors, I imagine, because I don't understand how we've got to this position here. And that's what I'm opposed to. I'm not going to waste any more time here tonight. I'm not going to waste anyone in the public gallery's time. I'm not going to waste council's time on it because I'm sure that council are going to vote this way anyway for those particular people to be on there. The point is, you know, it's due process here, and it hasn't been followed. And I think it's a really sad day, and I want to air that, and I want to let everybody know that this council should be upholding, due and fair processes when selecting people for its committees.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. I'll ask anyone like to speak for the motion.
Question.
Councillor Howlett.
Thank you. Can I ask how the nomination process was undertaken and the selection process was undertaken that we've come to this motion with these names here, please?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, and it's simply as per the process where alternate motions are raised by a council member. But if I could just simply point out, as I tried to say a minute ago, if Councillor Catalano wanted to go on this committee, as long as she's not on another committee, all she's got to do is put her name forward at this time as an amendment, and she has an automatic right to go on the committee.
A further question. Is there a standard process for nomination and selection of members to council committees? And if so, has this process been followed in this occasion?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you. All council committees that are dealt with immediately after an election go through that similar process. So we are following the same outcome where councillors simply nominated, as I've simply said. But the Act says if a council member is not on a committee of council, and remember council has only one other committee, which is the Audit and Risk Committee, then a council member has an entitlement, if they so wish, to go on that committee.
Thank you. Sorry, you said the nomination process, and then, but my further question was the selection process. How have we come to these names here? And where was the open ballot? Because ordinarily I thought for committees we would have a nomination, you would nominate on a form, you would then have that entered as a register that you're nominated to be on that committee, and then there would be an election process held by council where you are voted onto that committee. Has that occurred on this occasion? And if not, why not?
Mr. CEO.
Thank you. The process you've outlined is not a statutory process consistent with the Act. There is no process you've mentioned tonight that provides ballots for it. Any selection of a council member to committee is done by absolute majority. In accordance with your meeting procedures, an alternate motion is raised. Nominations are contained within it. It is open to amendment. So we're following the statutory process for selection of committees.
Question, Councillor Catalano.
Okay, so I've spoken. Can I move an amendment for my name to be included on this committee?
Through the chair, you've spoken to the substantive motion. It's open to another councilman to move an amendment to put your name forward. If it were not, as I said, you have a statutory right to go on a committee, it would be open to the mover and acceptor to just simply ratify that, and then it becomes part of the substantive motion. Okay,
well then I'll just let the council know that if anyone wants to move that amendment, I'm happy to,
Madam
go
Mayor.
on the committee.
Amendment.
Just one moment. Right, before that I had another question from Councillor Brodovnik.
I was just asking the same questions as Councillor Howlett, so thank you.
Thank you.
Amendment.
And amendment, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, amendment to add Councillor Catalano's name to terms of reference, section 2.
Do I have a seconder? Oh, so, yep, Councillor Howlett. Now,
that becomes, because it's a statutory entitlement, becomes part of the substantive.
okay, I'll ask, is anyone against? That's carried. Okay, so then we move back to the debate, and I was at anyone for? Anyone like to speak for the motion? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, look, councillors, I do support the motion, but I've got pretty much the same questions as Councillor Catalano. I've been on council for 10 years, and when I first got on council for many years, the process for selecting councillors for a committee would be we would end up with a piece of paper, in this case with 5 boxes on it, and we'd basically, or we'd have probably all 15 councillors, and we'd just put 5 ticks on it. And then the ticks would be tallied up, and then we'd determine who basically had the most ticks, the most votes in effect, and then we would appoint those councillors who basically got the most votes onto the committee. It never seemed to be a problem. so far as I can tell, it's not against the law, it's fairer, it's more straightforward, and I think that's what we ought to be doing. So I'll support this, but I think maybe we need to be getting proper advice on this, because that was the policy that was followed, process that was followed for many years, and I'd like to see that process restored. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Would anyone like to speak against? Anyone like to speak for the motion?
Before you wrap up, there's still 2 positions available for deputies for nominations.
Okay. Would anyone else like to nominate through an amendment?
They don't have to be filled.
No, that's fine. They don't have to be filled, CEO said. Thank you very much. Councillor Henderson.
Councillors, this is something that our community has asked for, and I'm very pleased that the council has supported us going forward to be able to at least give some surety or some direction as to what their expectations are, whether or not there are any grounds over and above the report that the CEO had done independently. I think it's very important that we have an opportunity to do this. The committee will have a good balance from the names that have been put forward, and I appreciate that members have taken the opportunity and will put their time into getting an outcome that is good for everyone across the city. It's a multi-tiered committee in terms of how we look at high-level issues. We won't be looking at the barking dog down the street. We'll be looking at the high-level things, and I think that's it's all about the structure at the top end. So, councillors, please support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll just let those watching at home know, and councillors as well, that Councillor Conkerton has left the meeting. So I'll now put that to the vote. Those in favour? So we had Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dean. Oh, fine. Might be easier. Is anyone against? It's carried. Thank you. 12. Okay. Okay, we move to 14.1.2. And this is the Waste Local Law 2026 on page 14. This has been withdrawn for an absolute majority vote, and can I have a mover of the officer's recommendation? First, we're going to just, first of all, read out the purpose. So, I, the presiding member, give notice to the meeting by stating the following purpose and effect of the City of Swan Waste Local Law 2026 in accordance with Section 3.12 of the Local Government Act 1995. So the purpose of this local law is to provide for the regulation, control and management of waste services, including the use and control of receptacles for the deposit and collection of waste undertaken by or on behalf of the City of Swan. And the effect of this local law is to ensure sufficient provision of regulation, control and management of waste services. And I'll just go back to that original statement that has been withdrawn for an absolute majority. And can I have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor McCulloch. And a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Ringo. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Yes, please. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor McCulloch.
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ringo as the seconder. Oops, hang on a minute. Yeah.
Ringo was the second.
So Councillor McCulloch?
She reserved her right.
She did.
Councillor Ringo seconded it?
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Well, that was quick, so I'll be quick. Councillors, 2 simple things. One, by the officer's admission, they resolve most of the issues before they actually proceed towards a fine. Now, policy will be able to deal with that. we have on pages 36 and 37 2 pages of modified penalties as a state sanctioned law signed by the governor. So it's a law. So if I have a bin that's collected every 2 weeks that's full of nappies and the next door neighbour complains about the smell, I can be fined ultimately through, you know, lots of process, $350. And if you look at all of these, they are all about getting towards approaching a small number of people, as was suggested. I think this is the heavy hand of regulation. I think it's going too far, and I can't support it because I think the proposed modified penalties are very punitive. Some are as much as $500, and I can't agree to that. I think we should be dealing with this in policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillors Ask, anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against? Councillor Catalano?
I agree with Councillor Henderson on this one. It is definitely heavy-handed, and it won't be looked on favourably by the community. What's more, you need to be a lawyer to understand the interactions between the definitions and the fines. I think that's beyond most people. The fines are too high. What is a receptacle? It's a bin, isn't it? Receptacle. I mean, that's the kind of language this document uses. I mean, this is not consumer friendly. It's not ratepayer friendly. And some of the fines, you know, the subjective nature of the fines, keeping the bin clean, subjective. What is clean? It doesn't define it. Acting in an abusive or threatening manner, $500 fine. That's subjective. Who says so? Then it says in the report that, oh, don't worry, officers aren't going to fine. No, they're going to do education and awareness, which is great. That's what we need, is education and awareness. But it doesn't say that anywhere in the law. So at what point do the fines kick in? Now, I just got to go through some of the... I mean, last time this came up, when I let people know about it, they were horrified. I mean, it got thousands upon thousands of posts on various Facebook pages. This is a huge issue out there in the community. And if we're going to start fining people $500 for, whatever it is, having a dirty bin, for smell when your bin's collected every 2 weeks, overfilling a receptacle, $250, and it's impractical in high density suburbs. I mean, I just think of Dayton. We've got flats on streets where you can hardly have parking as it is, and there's hardly any verge, and these receptacles have got to be 0.5 metres apart, at least 1 metre from a permanent or temporary infrastructure, under no overhead obstructions. I mean, it is not practicable. And if anybody goes and does that, they're going to get fined $250, between $250 and $500. I mean, I can't even tell you how much, because it's really a hard document to read. And I can read these kind of documents. Anyway, here we go, $250 for failing to place a receptacle for collection in a lawful position. Lawful position. What is a lawful position? What is a lawful position? Is it 25 centimetres away from the 50, 0.5 metres? I mean, I'm having trouble,
Thank
right?
you, Councillor Catalano.
Don't support it, Council, please.
Right. I'll ask if any councillors like to speak for the motion.
Question. I just have a question. What would it mean if the city, let's say, for example, did not have a waste local law in place? Particularly, I represent Ellenbrook and Piers Ward, where we are dealing with a lot of illegal dumping. What then authority does the city have to deal with those?
Thank you. Ms Hodgins?
So through you, Madam Mayor, if we don't have a waste local law, it makes it very difficult for city officers officers, to deal with such things as illegal dumping.
Just that, Madam Mayor, we don't have the power to actually enforce those actions, to investigate those actions, because they're all enabled by the waste local law. That issue, which is the community's #1 priority when it's come to us complaints, we have no power to provide any oversight of it. The Litter Act doesn't cover it.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Question, Councillor Henderson.
So is the CEO suggesting that under policy we have no ability to enforce matters?
Mr. CEO.
Through the chair, yes. You know, the power policy has no. It's a guiding document. It's got no statutory reach beyond that.
So that's across the board, not just waste. Thank you.
Through the chair, the only variation to that is local planning policies, which are statutory instruments. But your policies, which you have generally, are guiding documents, and they have no capacity to use for powers of enforcement, etc. So in the absence of having a local law, any matter outside of this issue, you've got no power for enforcement. You could complain about it, but we can't do anything about it.
So another question, if I may. Before we introduced these laws, what process did you use? Was it policy?
Mr. CEO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we were using very old legislation through the health local law under the consolidated local law, but what was missing is that ability to infringe rather than immediately have to go, for example, to prosecute. But we have very little ability to actually set about and infringe and deal with individuals that constantly ignore approaches by officers to clean up their acts, so to speak.
If I could just add, and through the chair, as we've deconsolidated the other laws and those parts fall away come December, if you don't have anything to replacement, you have no enforcement powers. Now, I know you might mention the value of certain infringements, etc. You could always come back through and modify infringements. You don't have to stick for the values there if you thought that was necessary. But having created the local law, you have a capacity separate to come back and amend any power of infringement.
Question?
Yes.
You've mentioned December. Do we have until December to make any modifications?
Mr. CEO. Or
Through the chair, the difficulties are on a strict timeline because the local law has to go to the Joint Standing Committee on delegated legislation. It's a very tight time frame. You won't have a chance to modify at this juncture, but having proclaimed your local law, it's a lot easier to look at modified penalties under local law. You might say, and staff have tried to give you assurances that we're not about to go and infringe people for putting nappies in the bin. And you might say, or after 12 months, provide a report you could add to this, after 12 months, provide a report back to council on what, if any, infringements have been issued, and on that basis then seek to do a modification if you wish. But at least you'd have a local law on which to base that as a determination.
A question. Sorry, wasn't sure what you said the body was that had to ratify this, but what was the time frame for that?
So it's the Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation. It's a statutory body formed under the state parliament. So any local law we seek to proclaim, having gone through the two parts, the advertising, the consideration, the response and coming back, then gets proclaimed by council and it goes off. It has no formal effect until the Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation approves it. But because we're using a model local law that is already based on local laws that they have approved, we expect that this will be upheld.
If I may just add to that, presiding member, we do need to go through the process, councillor, of advertising the local law, statutory minimum time of 6 weeks, then receiving back that feedback, considering it, and then bringing it back to you prior to going to the Joint Standing Committee for Delegated Legislation. So the time moves fairly quickly.
So question, there would be an opportunity if it comes back to council to say, for example, as Councillor Catalano has outlined, even though the intent of the legislation is not to fine people, unless that's clearly documented in the rules, I suppose, there's no way of enforcing it, surely, or operating in that way.
Mr. CEO.
Through the chair, if I may, noting the advertising period, and as Councillor Catalano has raised things, if community sentiment came back and expressed views of that, we'd report that back to you. You'd have a chance to do a modification. So that allows that process of iterative consideration.
Councillors, any further questions before we continue? All right, we're at 4. I'll ask any councillors who'd like to speak for the motion. Any councillors who'd like to speak against the motion?
Question.
Question.
Is it possible to add another point to this motion, perhaps?
That would be an amendment. Is that correct, Mr. CEO?
Without actually hearing
We've
it,
already started
Madam Mayor, but if I just note, the process I was referring to earlier on about doing a modification a year after would happen at the point at which you proclaim the local law. You wouldn't do it at this particular juncture.
So you wouldn't, as I just heard it, after it's gone out to advertising and feedback comes back, there was an opportunity then to make changes before it was put towards the select committee. Is that correct, or is that incorrect?
That is correct.
That is correct. So could I propose that we add a point 2, and that is that upon receiving feedback from the community, that the council modify as, well, I've got to word it a bit better.
Through the chair, what you're doing is putting the cart before the horse, because you're already automatically saying you're going to modify the local law. You need at this stage to advertise it, to consider the responses back to it in an open and objective way, and then consider modifications. I appreciate what you're saying, but go through that process. At that juncture, having advertised it, if you decided still not to progress the local law, you'd have that opportunity, but at least you'll have put it back into public domain.
Okay. So, councillors, we were asking, is anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. When I look through the schedule 2 of prescribed offences on page 36 of the agenda, and that's page 15 of the local law, I see overfilling a receptacle, $250. Now, I guess if any councillor were to look down their street on bin night, you would see that probably half of the receptacles are overflowing. Certainly in my street, I see lots of people with all kinds of things sticking out of their bins. So is somebody going to be driving around and just fining everybody $250? I think it's punitive. It's the sort of thing that looks to me like it could happen time and time again in some areas, and I don't think it's going to go down very well. Failing to let me try and find another one that's not been mentioned. Failing to keep a receptacle clean and in a good condition and repair. So are we expected, or our community expected, to clean their bins to a standard that's going to be determined by a council ranger? So again, $250 for that one. So, that dirty mark just there, I think I'd like to see that cleaned off. Failing to prevent the emission of offensive odours. $300 from a receptacle, $350. Well, councillors, when I did my bin survey in Balladura, I think it was last summer, I was quite surprised by the level of odour from the bins. I would say you could probably fine everybody in Balladura $350. So for this reason, I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'll ask if anyone would like to speak for the motion.
Sorry, last question.
Question?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Just so that I'm clear, what happens if we vote down this law tonight? Is it business as usual with our consolidated local law and health law? Obviously, we're operating currently under some laws.
If I may, through you, Presiding Member, Councillor Pridovnik, until the consolidated local law is deconsolidated, which will occur at the end of 2026, we are operating still under the consolidated local law.
If I just note, if you decide not to progress this tonight, you will not have capacity to replace that between now and December. So there's no time to do it. So that's why we're saying to you that taking the waste components out of the deconsolidated to local law, because we've already determined those parts of the local law that are going to continue. You've passed the thoroughfares local law fairly recently. You've dealt with health and nuisance aspects as part of that too. So if you don't progress this tonight, you will effectively have no waste laws in effect come December.
Okay, so councillors, we were at 4. I'll ask again, does anyone like to speak for? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, this is only to go out for advertising. It's a statutory process we need to follow, but councillors, look at some of the things that have actually been added in there that our community's been asking for. And perhaps it's more in Ellenbrook where we're building houses as well. But look at 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, which are 5.1A, B and C. Builders waste. How many complaints do you get from developments with the builders waste just going down the street? Staff haven't been able to deal with that previously. Now they can. Now, I don't know if you get complaints, but I sure as do. That's one of the things that can. The idea is it goes out to advertising. It comes back with community submissions. We then consider those community submissions. But it would be nice, Mr. CEO, if you could probably explain fully the process on local laws, because it seems that some are unclear what will happen and what we haven't been able to do as well, as opposed to looking at just a couple of the modified penalties. And councillors, I'm not a qualified lawyer. I read it, I understand it. So councillors, these local laws, some of these issues are there if we need them. There's things that staff have been able to do already and they haven't had to do that. But there's things that they cannot do. And builders waste is a classic example where it's been blowing down the street, it's all been on the verge and nothing's been able to be done. This will allow that. Let's go out to advertising and see what our community says.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I'll ask anyone like to speak against the motion. Anyone like to speak for or against? Thank you. Councillor McCulloch, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, the purpose, and I think we've probably discussed it, and Councillor Bowman has pretty much summarised a lot of what I was going to say. It provides for the regulation, the control and the management of waste services and the use and the control of receptacles for the deposit and the collection of the waste. Councillors, we workshopped this in February of 25 and on the 23rd of March of this year. We have no alternative in front of us. I know councillors are against it, but we have no alternative here. We have this in front of us. We had input into it on 2 occasions, last year and this year. We look at the fines and those things that we might apply in different circumstances. And yes, they're probably extreme circumstances, but what it does, it allows the non-compliance to be addressed efficiently without the need for court proceedings. We are operating without a dedicated waste local law at the moment. We rely on the consolidated local law of 2005 and the health local law 2002. They're antiquated, they're ancient. We need this. Those laws may contain some provision for waste, but there are challenges within them. We don't have an alternative. We've workshopped it. A lot of the questions, the answers are in the report. I read through the report, I went back. It provides a detailed overview and a comprehensive breakdown for the regulation, control and management. And as Councillor Bowman reiterated, the builder's waste is a big issue for so many, probably 3 years, with the housing infrastructure builds along Morella Road, heading out to my home in Bullsbrook, and I went past probably twice a day, the rubbish lining that road for probably 2 kilometres and the thousands and thousands of dollars of ratepayers' money spent cleaning it up. I don't think I really need to say any more. Let's adopt this, and if there is provision to make some changes and tweak things and look at the consultation, let's do that as well. We've workshopped it. It's here in front of us. I'm sure you've all read it and comprehensively see why we need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. Those in favour? Councillor Ringo? Sorry, those in favour?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in favour of council.
Of advertising the rent scope. Okay. Thank you. So those in favour are Councillor Dean, Councillor Ringo, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Takiro, Deputy Mayor Zanino, Councillor Brodovnik and myself. 8. And those against? Councillor Catalano, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Howlett. That's carried. 8-4. Thank you. Okay. We had 8-4. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, is that an absolute majority of those present or is it an absolute majority of council?
Those present.
So you've got 8 who've carried it.
Okay.
It's an absolute majority of councils.
That's correct.
Good here. Thank you. Okay, councillors, those watching and those in the gallery, we're moving to 14.1.3. This is policy C171, complaints management, managing unreasonable complaint conduct, 12-month update on page 41. Now, I do need someone to move the officer's recommendation should this not be. There isn't. Is anyone against? Oh, no, wait one.
Just officer's recommendation.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Bowman.
He's moving it, I think.
Were you moving the officer's recommendation? Thank you. I can see you clearly now with your hand. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Is anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Councillor Bowman.
Nothing.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch.
No, thank you, Mayor.
And Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. Tonight we heard from the CEO that policy has no statutory authority, it's a guiding document, there's no powers for enforcement. This is a complaints management policy. It purports to it states that the city's responses to unreasonable complainants the responses are to be reasonable and proportionate. And we must remember that all residents are ratepayers in one form or another. Yet, when I look closely at the information before me, I see that ratepayers have been stopped from accessing city facilities for long periods of time. And I see that the policy doesn't address underlying issues that ratepayers have. It doesn't build trust, and it doesn't de-escalate the issues that are being raised. And I also see that in the report that there's some nebulous thing called a suspension order that actually supposedly, I don't know where it gets its authority from, because this has no authority, no statutory authority. This suspension order apparently stops certain people from using facilities, all city facilities, across the whole city area, because they've been deemed to be unmanageable. And I've got a problem with it because what is unmanageable? If you look at the criteria under the management practice, there's a lot of things that are just basically extremely subjective. There's no objective criteria. There's no objective criteria about the amount of time that a certain complainant is using up of staff time, the amount of resources. No, instead, the management practice is that complainants, if a complainant has a large quantity of disorganised or poorly prepared information, where the complainant is clearly capable of doing so. I mean, who has the capacity to determine whether a complainant has the capacity to prepare their material? Then complainants may hold irrational beliefs or conspiracy theories. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that might say that I have irrational beliefs. Who has got the knowledge or the skills to be able to determine whether a person can interpret facts in a clearly irrational, or whether they interpret facts in a clearly irrational or unreasonable
Councillor
way.
Catalano. Now, I'll ask anyone like to speak for the motion.
Question.
Question?
Madam Mayor, through you to the CEO. Mr. CEO, what's the percentage of our residents that are on the register?
CEO? What was the, sorry, if you could just say it a bit louder.
What's the percentage of our residents that's on the register?
If I'd say you're dealing with a handful, I couldn't put that into percentage. I could simply say it's less than 0.0001 if I was to do some maths on a run.
So less than 10, less than 6, maybe 5.
You're talking about percent now or numbers? Because in real time numbers, it would be fewer around that number, about 5 who might be on an unreasonable conduct order.
Okay, and Madam Mayor, through you to the CEO, if someone was to come in and make threats to the staff, and then the police have to come and then come back another 3 months later or another month later, potentially under the influence of something, and the admin is locked down, would that be probably a reason to put somebody on this under this policy?
CEO?
Through the chair, yes, and unfortunately we have a number of persons, a small number of persons who are in that position at the current time, who have made threats, both verbal and physical threats to our staff.
Okay, and Mr. CEO, last question through you, Madam Mayor. What's your responsibility on the Work Health and Safety Act?
CEO?
So again, through the chair, said I have an overarching responsibility to all of you in this chamber here tonight. It includes councillors for your protection of your safety and your well-being. That includes the council members. You are deemed to be workers for the purposes of the Work Health and Safety Act. I have a
Not asking about councillors. I'm asking about staff.
I have an overarching responsibility to staff to protect them and their well-being.
Okay, thank you.
I'll ask councillors, does anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against? No? You're right to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, just go to page 5 of the confidential agenda. Have a look at the 5 people who are on that register. Have a look at what they've done. And I would expect you would not think that is reasonable behaviour.
Thank you. All right, councillors, we'll now put that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Dean? Councillor Ringo? Councillor Bowman? Councillor McCulloch? Councillor Takiro? Deputy Mayor Zanino? Councillor Henderson? Councillor Brodovnik? And myself? And those against? It's Councillor Catalano, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Howlett. It's moved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9-3. Okay, thank you very much. Now going to turn over the page and move to item 14.3.1. This is the existing home business on lot 26, number 11, Camargue Drive in Brigadoon, DA 878-25 on page 59. Proposed motion by Councillor Henderson. I'll just mention, in the event Councillor Henderson's motion is lost, I will need a council member to move the officer's recommendation. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Council resolve to 1. Refuse to grant approval for the existing home business at lot 26, number 11, Camargue Drive, Brigadoon. And the reasons: 1. Considerable community concern and objection has been raised that the amenity of the special rural zone will be impacted by the commercial nature of the application. 2. The existing business as a gutter cleaning service that services commercial premises and which entails multiple vehicles and equipment is not considered consistent with the objectives of the Brigadoon Special Rural Zone. It is first and foremost a rural lifestyle locality with traditional equestrian orientation. Number 3, the nature of the business operations, inclusive of vehicles coming and going on commercial cleaning errands, is not considered to accord with the rural amenity of the area.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Zanino. Is there anyone against? It's carried. Thank you. Okay, so moving over to the page, next page, on page 20, I have 14.4.1, which is the Bullsbrook High Level Water Tank on page 69. Councillor Catalano has withdrawn this item for debate. I will need a council member to move the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. Councillor Catalano. Sorry, seconder. Councillor Bowman. Is anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you. Councillor McCulloch.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I'll reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Same.
And Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. This is a proposal to basically build the water tank on 1.5 hectares of city-owned land. That's publicly owned land, and that's to facilitate private development in Bullsbrook. But my question is, why can't the private property developers use their own property or pitch in and pay for private property? If they want to make profits, which they want to do, out of development in the Bullsbrook area, then they need to do more and not use public held land to facilitate their profits. Council decided in 2021 not to support the acquisition of land within Burleigh Park due to the environmental, biodiversity and public open space considerations, and nothing has changed. All that's changed is Watercorp's gone off, faffed about, and has hardly done any investigations, come back and said, oh, we can't do anything about it. But, you know, I'm sure there's quite a lot of councillors on this council that believe in market forces. And we've heard about, you know, the price that people will pay for land and the price that people want for land. And I'm sure if the price is right, some private property owner will be able to provide a parcel of land for this water tank that doesn't involve the use of public open space. That is going to be a premium product for all of those people living in that area in the future. And, you know, the council is not going to be able to afford to buy it back or any other land back for public use. So once it's gone, as we've seen down Midland Oval. The council, then there's the environmental, biodiversity, public open space, with those considerations as well. So, you know, why are we using, or why are we even being asked to use public resources held by the public for the public to facilitate private profit? That is not the market. That is basically subsidising very wealthy investors, people who already can afford it. And it's our community that is going to pay that price. It's the future community up there in their small holdings that are going to pay the price for that. So, you know, it's Watercorp and the developers need to do more, they need to work harder, and they need to pay the right price, because I'm sure there are plenty property developers up there that are only willing to sell them a plot that doesn't involve, you know, the loss of public open space and the disruption of environmental and biodiverse qualities that are actually currently owned by the community. Let's let the market take care of this.
I'll now ask councillors if anyone would like to speak for the motion.
Question, if I can.
Question?
So this agenda item, just for clarification for my own education, was this the one that was brought to a council workshop only a month or two ago where there was a very detailed presentation made by Watercorp?
Yes.
It is. So when I'm considering this issue, I'm considering what was brought to that presentation.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I'm well informed from
Thank
this
you.
issue.
Councillor Ringo, were you wanting to speak for? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I, along with peers, my fellow peers ward councillors, are very much so across this particular item. As Councillor Dean has mentioned, not long ago, all councillors, for those who were present for the briefing, we had a very detailed, very, very extensively detailed briefing provided on 3 sites that were investigated and studied, and we were also presented with the preferred site. Yes, I hear Councillor Catalano, why can't we, approach private land, deal with the private land owners and they could sell. On the briefing that we had, one of the sites, site number 2, was a private land. The only issue was that particular land was within a bush forever area. The landowner, as we were also made aware, was unwilling to sell. The other environmental aspect of it also, it would mean that it requires a large clearing of footprint for access for tracks and pipelines. There is a lot of a very, very, very high and significantly high environmental constraint on that particular site. The site that we are referring to, the preferred site, lot 911, councillors, let me just go back on a few facts here. It requires 1.5 hectares of land clearing only. No further clearing for access, track or pipelines needed. There are also existing infrastructure advantages that is already on that site. There is already a City of Swan water tank already in place. There is also power lines that's already present on site. There is adequate space for tracks turning, and also, councillors, there is an immediate plan for that particular site, meaning we will be able to have a 2.5 metre water tank, which will in turn enable a second tank to be anticipated around 2034, as we heard, depending on the supply demand that is needed. My understanding is that there was an ecological survey that was done in 2024, councillors, where a total of 11 hectares was surveyed across all 3 sites.
Thank you, Councillor Ringo, and that was your 3 minutes. I'll ask, does anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone like to speak for the motion? No? We'll write a reply.
Thank you, Mayor. Gee, I really appreciate the time, the expertise and the knowledge that our city staff bring to our briefings. I try and attend every single one. I find that it gives me detailed, comprehensive information to make decisions at council meetings, to be fully informed, and those measured and considered decisions that I am really happy and settled with. I think I'm a little bit lost for words. all I'll say is that all available options had been considered, 3 in particular. There are contours, there are so many specifics, topography, geology, engineering, as to where this high water tank needs to be located in Bullsbrook to service a growing community that has been planned for decades, that it is growing substantially, that needs a second high water tank. 2 sites out of the 3 that were considered, one on private land, and one in bush forever. They were not viable options due to the higher environmental impacts. Again, I'll repeat, they were not viable options due to higher environmental impacts. Councillors, you've got the report there again. I'll go back to it, reading these reports hand in hand with the briefings that we attend, and then coming back to the reports to marry information together, to reconcile facts and figures, brings us to these items where we can make those considered and measured decisions for our community. I don't want to stand and tell our Bullsbrook community that we're still faffing around with what we need to do here when we've got all the information here with reports and briefings and workshops on this to get the job done for our community, for hundreds and hundreds of residents in Bullsbrook, existing and new, so that they can reside in the community that they've chosen. So I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. Councillors, now put 14.4.1 to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Dean, Councillor Ringo, Councillor McCulloch. Sorry, I go back. Councillor Bowman, Councillor Takiro, Deputy Mayor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Brodovnik, and myself. And those against? Councillor Catalano and Councillor Howlett. Councillor Johnson, how did you vote? Thank you. So that's carried. 9 on. Yes, it was 9-3. Okay, thank you very much, councillors. We're going to keep moving through. We've got 14.4.2. This is the Woodbridge Creek footbridge replacement closure on page 75. Proposed motion by Councillor Johnson. In the event that Councillor Johnson's motion is lost, I will need a council member, please, to move the officer's recommendation. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. My motion is to that council resolve to set aside the officer's recommendation and instead undertake public consultation, particularly in Vivash, to determine if the Woodbridge Creek footbridge is still in use by the local community. The reasons for the motion are: 1, the 2 deputations received were from residents of Woodbridge. Vivash residents are more likely to be users of the bridge, and we have not heard from people in Vivash. The name of the bridge, Woodbridge Creek footbridge, is somewhat misleading. The bridge is over the Blackadder Creek and is on the border of Woodbridge and Vivash. It is possible people in Vivash do not realise which bridge is on the agenda. 3, public consultation was last done in 2021, and there's been a recent increase in house completions in Vivash, with more houses to come. 4, the bridge has been there for about 50 years and can apparently safely carry a pedestrian loading for a little while longer until the period of consultation is complete.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Is anyone against?
Question of the mover, if I may.
Question?
Will the mover consider a point 5, and that is to add the footbridge to our advocacy program seeking state or federal funding?
Councillor Johnson?
Yes, certainly.
Just one moment.
Through the chair, that would be a substantively different addition to it. What you're doing again, putting the cart before the horse. First, you're trying to determine whether you're actually keeping the footbridge, and now you're seeking to add it to a plan. I think through the chair, you need to actually complete the The public consultation then with that result, if you're going to go ahead, determine whether you're going to keep it, then if you're going to keep it, then you might push for advocacy.
Madam Mayor, to the CEO, then could I modify that then such that as part of the review process with the public, that the CEO consider that as an option?
Mr. CEO.
Again, you get a cart before the horse, noting that if this goes ahead, public consultation will require us to bring it back to you with the result. At that point in time, if the public are seeking to do it, then you could simply say, look to add it to the advocacy program for potential funding solution. I just think you try to put something in that needs to do the public consultation first.
Okay. So we had Councillor Johnson, Councillor Hallett, and I asked, was anyone against? Amendment?
And that's to take out particularly in Vivash.
Councillor Johnson?
Could we put particularly in Vivash and Woodbridge?
No, because there's more people than just a few people in Vivash that need to be consulted. Come on.
Okay, all right.
Councillor Johnson?
Okay, yeah, I'm all right with that.
Happy to remove that?
So then the question is, how's the consultation going to be done?
So I'll just go back then. So that amendment's acceptable? Thank you. Okay.
No, we're just removing the word in Vivash, the words in Vivash, or particularly in Vivash, those three words.
Undertake public consultation to determine if Woodbridge Creek footbridge is still in use.
Moving it from point one. Woodbridge and Vivash come out of point one.
They are.
Because you said remove the word Vivash. So you're only going to
Take the word particularly out, but not Vivash.
No. That's the name of the creek. Well, incorrectly named bridge.
Just take the word particularly out. Take out particularly. Okay, I'll just wait till that comes down again.
I'm curious to know how this consultation is going to happen.
Just one moment, let me just see it on here. Okay, Councillor Johnson, is that correct now? You happy? Wait.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, move on. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I have a question as well.
Okay. Okay, and that was acceptable. Yes? Councillor Johnson? Yes?
Yes, that's okay.
Thank you. And I did call for, is there anyone against?
No, sorry, I had a question.
Question?
My question was, how is this consultation going to occur? How's it going to happen? What's it going to be?
Mr. CEO?
Thank you. As it's specific to the local community, a catchment around the area will be determined. The city would put up signs across the bridge seeking to advise people we're doing public consultation, putting them back to Swan Engage where we consolidate any responses back.
Okay. I'll ask.
Question.
Question?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the CEO, I just want to understand what is the implications within the Civil Liability Act 2022 specifically to the city regarding this particular item?
Mr. CEO?
So I'll make a brief statement, and Mr. McPherson, who sat here all night without answering any questions, is very keen to really answer that. But the city would take adequate steps initially to protect itself to ensure that we didn't have someone hurt themselves. But Mr. McPherson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to contribute this evening, there's a certain aspect in the Civil Liability Act which relates to obvious risk, and that's informing the community of their ability to make a decision for their own safety. What we would have to do in light of this report and this decision is actually put up adequate signs, which is almost a disclaimer in terms of using the bridge. If the determination was to have it remain open, that they do so at their own risk. We may need to seek insurance and some further legal advice to whether we actually could leave that bridge section open itself or actually have to prevent access across it. It's not just the stability of the structure. I believe it's an old rail cart that has been modified when it was old farmland. So safety is a subjective word. There is protrusions and trip hazards that lead into and around it. So we'd have to work through that as well. There's also some defence in the Civil Liability Act, which talks about being unaware of a safety issue. Council and the city is aware of this particular issue, so it would compel us to take a fairly more duty of care and responsible line in regards to that.
Councillors, I'm going to ask, is anyone against? Anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? No, I think it wasn't. We're just rechecking because it got stopped during questions. So I've covered. Would anyone like to speak for or against? No? Okay. I don't think Councillor Howlett had an opportunity as the seconder.
I didn't didn't get asked if I agree with the amendment as well, but that's okay. We can move on.
Okay. So it's a very long night. Thank you. So Councillor Johnson.
Did anyone speak against anyone?
No, we didn't. So we can move.
So you could go to the, just ask is anyone against and move for.
And against, have to move to the vote. What's carried? Thank you. Right, moving along. We are now going to move to 14.5.4. And this is the sale of land, rates and charges outstanding for more than 3 years on page 251. The proposed motion by Councillor Brodovnik. In the event Councillor Brodovnik's motion is lost, I will need a council member to move the officer's recommendation. And my understanding is if there is any confidential questions that we will need to go behind closed doors. Councillor Brodovnik.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my motion is that Council defers any action to sell the listed properties at this time. Requests a revised confidential report to be presented to the August OCM that provides a more comprehensive and case-specific assessment of each property and ratepayer's circumstance. Requires the revised report to include identification of properties that are deceased estate, subject to probate or wills, involved in legal proceedings, including divorce or other disputes that have been told to the City of Swan by ratepayers, otherwise legally constrained from resolving outstanding debts at this time. Require template cut and paste statements in individualised case summaries that accurately reflect the personal circumstances communicated by each ratepayer through their engagement with the City, including where relevant, employment status and any significant health conditions or any other factors contributing to financial hardship. 3, financial context, including the total outstanding amount, the repayment amounts requested by the City, any alternative repayments offers proposed by the ratepayer who engaged with the City, engagement with support services specifically, whether the ratepayer has been referred to or engaged with financial counselling services, including Midlas, a summary of advice or outcomes from those engagements from Midlas or any other financial counsellors they went through. And the reason for the motion is that this item involves selling 23 homes at a time when Perth is experiencing a well-documented housing shortage. Actually, is it 21 homes now? Can I just confirm that? Is it 21? Sorry, let's change that to 21. Homes at a time when Perth is experiencing a well-documented housing shortage. Councillor Callan, do you have a question? Yeah. And an increase in housing stress and homelessness. So it carries a substantial social and community impact. The description of ratepayers as, I quote, unwilling to pay ignores the reality that people are often unwilling to pay a smaller amount than what the City requires because they can't afford to pay more, and this is something we can review as a council if we have more data. When ratepayers feel they are not being listened to or genuinely heard, they often disengage from the process altogether. Disengagement can be misinterpreted as unwillingness, when in reality it may reflect frustration, stress or an inability to meet the terms being set. For Council has an opportunity to better understand the point at which ratepayers disengage, particularly when repayment amounts or timeframes are not realistic in their situation. In some cases, the thresholds being set by the City may be beyond what individuals can reasonably meet. 5, this presents an opportunity for Council to review the repayment amounts being requested, the timeframes provided for repayment, whether alternative, more flexible arrangements are being adequately considered. This motion is consistent with the City of Swan's strategic community plan, principles of responsible governance, community well-being and financial sustainability by ensuring decisions are informed, equitable and responsive to the lived circumstances of affected ratepayers. 7, a more responsive and realistic approach may improve engagement, increase repayment success and reduce the need for property sales.
Just make a note, statement to everyone why she's left.
Okay, just to let those know that are watching, councillors, I was just handed a disclosure of interest form from Councillor Catalano on 16.2, which is the sale of land, which was a direct financial, as it mentions reference to her workplace, which is not mentioned on here. And Mr. CEO, your advice, because it was handed in after the commencement.
Through the chair, Councillor Catalana has made the declaration and left the chamber. Ideally, it should have been done before the discussion started, but as we haven't had a seconder and commenced debate formally, I think it's reasonable for her to have acted as she's done.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, I'll ask for a seconder. Councillor Takiro, is anyone against?
Question.
Question?
Question. And it's regarding the legal, so.
I think you're frozen up there. Can you just repeat that again?
It's regarding the legal information.
Mm-hmm. Would you like some advice?
Well, I can't say it because we're in an open forum, aren't we?
Sure. So do you want to move to go behind closed doors?
Please.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor. I think Henderson had his hand up first. Is anyone against? No, that's carried. So those people watching at home, online, those in the gallery, we will need to move behind closed doors to discuss some confidential questions regarding 14.5.4, and we will return as soon as possible. Thank you. Good. Welcome back to those watching online. We've just returned from behind closed doors for our confidential item, and that was resolved. We were at... Oh, no, we've moved off screen. We've lost point 1 here.
Council resolved.
Thank you. So was that Council resolved to 1, in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and pursuant to section 6.64, to proceed to sell the properties listed hereunder, which have rates and charges in arrears for 3 or more years, and recover the proceeds of sale, the outstanding balances which total approximately $307,268. Just one moment, Count. And 2, in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and pursuant to section 6.682B, proceed to exercise its power of sale over the properties listed under number 19 with assessment 135810, number 20 with assessment 117730, and number 23 with assessment 426547. For these 3 properties, it is noted that the City has not made any attempt to recover the outstanding money under section 6.56 of the Local Government Act, as the City, having made all reasonable attempts to locate the owner of the property, is unable to do so. Point 3, for any properties that have entered into a payment arrangement or paid their debt in full at the time of this report being considered by Council, to be removed from the list of properties to be sold. And 4, to authorise the Chief Executive Officer to act on Council's behalf or to authorise an agent to sign a contract of sale. What about what it was, 4774? And that was lost 7-4. Oh, sorry, I apologise. It was carried 7-4. I now need a motion to come out from behind closed doors.
We are.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. We're now back on to...
Yeah, procedural motion, Madam Mayor.
Procedural motion, Councillor Johnson, 9.1E.
So I'm seeing actually on page 31 that the meeting continue past 10 p.m. until 10:30 p.m.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Brodovnik. Is anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Put that to the vote. Those in favour of extending the meeting for half an hour until 10:45? Till 10:30. So I had Councillor Dean, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Takiro, Councillor Ringo, Deputy Mayor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Brodovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, and myself. And those against, Councillor Catalano. So that's carried. 10-1. Okay, councillors. We're going to move to 14.5.5. This is the council member reimbursements for 2024-25 financial year. Was withdrawn as myself and Councillor McCulloch will not be allowed to vote on the item, and it cannot be in the on-box section. The Deputy Mayor, as I've disclosed, of direct financial interest, I will need to leave the meeting with Councillor McCulloch. Could you please assume the chair?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, councillors. Now that both councillors have left, there is a recommendation here that the council resolve to 1, authorise the CEO to reimburse Councillor McCulloch for the amount of $1,448.63 for mileage for the period February 25 to April 25 as attached, and 2, authorise the CEO to reimburse Mayor Richardson for the amount of $1,103.81 for accommodation expenses for the National General Assembly Australia Council of Local Government Conferences, July 2024. I need a mover and a seconder.
Happy to move.
Councillor Henderson. Is someone prepared to second? Councillor Predominic. Is there anyone against? If there's no one against, I declare it carried unanimously. If we can recall the Mayor and Councillor McCulloch to the chambers.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. So we are on to our last item for the evening, which is 15.2, Councillor Henderson Fox Management and Eradication on page 274. Councillor Henderson submitted the following notice of motion. If you'd like to please read out your motion.
Okay, 15.2. I move that Council resolve to 1, to request the CEO 2, in conjunction with the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, DPIRD, investigate whether feasible red fox control methods exist in an urban and peri-urban environment and determine the responsible entity and other requirements, including potential funding sources associated with these methods. 2, for the CEO to provide feedback on the outcomes of the investigation to inform the CEO's position on red fox control measures. And the reasons are foxes have become a significant apex predator to our wildlife, birds and domestic animals. These dominate most of the mainland, killing native animals and threaten biodiversity. 2, under the Biodiversity and Agricultural Management Act 2007, BAM Act, sounds like Bam Bam, declared pest species, including foxes, must be managed. The Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development administers this legislation, but responsibility does not sit with the government alone.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I have a seconder. Deputy Mayor Zanino. Is anyone against? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. So that brings us to part 17, which is notice of motions for consideration at the following meeting. The deadline for submissions will be 5 p.m. on Tuesday the 19th of May 2026. That brings us to closure. Before tonight, I'd just like to remind all councillors to please return any confidential folders and leave them on the desk as well, and to wish everyone a safe trip home. And that concludes tonight's meeting at 10:19, and thank you to those watching at home.